Yeah. Right, and you're talking about Egyptians like Cleopatra times.
Right, so like we know that they were doing it
historically.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why it's so strange. Like, if this structure is proved to be real, if they start an excavation and they have irrefutable proof, like without a doubt, there's some man-made structures that are beyond description underneath the ground. What happens now? Like, what does everybody do? Like, what do all these dorks that think that that's a tomb? What do you do? What do you do to all those dorks that think like it makes sense that they built that? It was a national pastime. It's a national project. Come on, bro. Settle the fuck down.
I think at that point you have to.
Well, I think the pyramids uniquely stand as like an intelligence test because they are so crazy. When you have stones that are so large that are taken from quarries hundreds of miles away, a lot of these people supposedly didn't even have the wheel. So what is this? You don't think this is crazy? Like this isn't like, oh, we know they used the wood from these trees to build these homes. Like, this is bananas. This is something that would take us hundreds of years today to build.
And one of the things that is said so much, but I guess it's kind of shrugged off just because it's said so much, but it's actually a really important point to highlight. There are no fucking hieroglyphs in the pyramids. Not one. There's not a single symbol, not a single element of what we would understand to be dynastic Egypt. And so, like, you have this incredible contradiction when you go to places like the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens, gold, and, you know, it's adorned in patterns. You can't see a square inch of stone where there isn't something filled to venerate these people. And yet the pyramids are bare. And, you know, when you go inside them, you can go to Egypt.
Eventually. Yeah.
When you go inside them, it just feels mechanical. It feels functional. It's, you know, big portcullises of rose granite and these shafts going off perfectly vertical off into you can't even see. And there's nothing about it that feels spiritual or funerary at all.
Well, just looking at it, it looks to me like an advancement of what we are. It's almost like indescribable, like a 1,000-year advancement of where we are currently, to put something like that.
Right.
It seems so nuts. And there's obviously stuff that doesn't seem as nuts. It's just beautiful and impressive. Right. You know, just like the Colosseum in Rome is.
Exactly.
Or like, you know, the Acropolis. Mm-hmm. You know, all those things are fascinating and incredible. Craftsmanship and engineering and architecture. Amazing.
Yeah.
But then there's Egypt. You go, shut the fuck up. Like, what is that? That's nuts.
Yeah, and I resent the idea that we're like taking it away from them. It's like, let's just be logical about this and actually assess the toolkit and assess the capabilities and then look at the evidence of what we're seeing.
Also, we're not, because it's people that lived in the same place. So it's literally just the older versions of them.
Right.
It's not like you're saying, you know, Chinese people came and they did it all and then they flew back.
Exactly.
No, that's not what anybody's saying.
We're just saying it's your more ancient ancestors.
Yeah, like, right. Your ancestors, not. We're just, the timeline's off. Mm-hmm. The timeline seems funky. Clearly, there were some amazing things that the Egyptians did during the accepted timeline. I mean, they were a fascinating culture all through till the end, right? But when you go really far back, whatever that is nuts. Mm-hmm. And when you're saying that you know exactly when it was dated, when there's so much evidence of just today, modern, doing these reconstructions and fixing and all the feet of the Sphinx, and they're covering it with new fucking rocks. Like, they've always been doing renovations. They always do. So all this stuff that you're saying, like, we got a piece of wood from inside one of the cracks, like, bitch, that doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
You can't date those rocks.
No.
Unless you get under those motherfuckers to the bottom and take a chunk of organic material from deep underneath that thing so you can know when the first stones were placed, you don't know. You're guessing.
And I think that's why we're coming to a point now where there's such resistance from the mainstream when you see scans like this, because they've built themselves into a wall. You basically have to admit, we're just fucking wrong.
You also see,
like, you know,
them confronted by real evidence.
Yeah.
Like real evidence. And like, just when someone takes you for a walk inside the king's chamber and you look up at those stones, that somehow they're like, how high are they in the sky? How high are they in the ceiling? How high are they? You remember?
Oh God, no, I don't. Sorry.
What, 80-ton stones?
Yes,
Somehow
80
or another.
tons in the King's Chamber. 80 tons.
How tall?
And that's near the apex. That is near the apex.
Jamie, please put this into perplexity. How tall is the ceiling inside the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid? Because these things are perfectly placed in there. Like, even if you drag those somehow or another across the mountains for 500 miles and got it to the pyramid, how the fuck did you get it up there?
Exactly.
How'd you get them all to line up? How many people got squished? Chamber itself spans 10.5 meters long by 5.2 meters wide. How tall is the ceiling? 19 feet. Shut the fuck up.
But it's also near the top of the pyramid. It's incredibly high up in the pyramid as well. They had to lift it to that
So
point.
you have to get these 80-ton blocks 19 feet and then place them perfectly.
And there's absolutely, again, there's nothing kingly about the King's Chamber at all. It's just completely a bare room of rose granite with this sarcophagus coming up out of the floor with a huge chunk missing. And actually, if you look at where that huge chunk is missing and you turn around and you look at the wall, there's actually a massive impact on the wall. There's like a big part of the wall has been broken off. So it makes you wonder if maybe that was jettisoned off at some point from power.
So what do you think is in that, what they call the sarcophagus? Do you have a theory?
I mean, I've been inside it. There's nothing inside of it.
You got in it?
Yeah, I laid down inside of it with a Grand Master of the Templar Order chanting over me.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. That was my first trip to Egypt.
You gotta take a video of that and put it up on X, and no one's ever gonna take you seriously.
Yeah, they're right.
Well, this guy's a fucking kook.
I am a kook.
Well, you have to be a kook.
You know, yeah.
You have to be a kook to really enjoy this.
And you have to be on the fringe. And also, I think some of the most impressive scientists and creators have been people on the fringe who are laughed at by all their peers.
Well, especially now, because the way universities work is essentially there's a person that is the most important person in that field, right, at that university. And there's a bunch of people that want grants, there's a bunch of people that want to play nice, they want the career, they want tenure, and you got to be careful whose toes you step on. And if this one guy is the gatekeeper of it, or a group of guys like him at various universities are the gatekeepers to this information, you got to come up with the current bottleneck problem that we see, where people are not just unwilling, but aggressively attacking people who question this. Which is why they call Graham Hancock's show the most dangerous show on television. Like, that is so crazy. You have so many shows where people get murdered.
That's the best way to make a show go viral, though, isn't it? Best way to make a show go viral. Don't fucking watch this show. Like, you know what I mean?
Great job.
Great job on the
They did a
product.
great job.
Well, it does bring up a disturbing and worrying element of it, just how quickly the mainstream media in various outlets all aligned at once to call him everything from a racist to a pseudoscientist to a conspiracy theorist. And, you know, it is an alarming kickback that he's taken in his stride. Profoundly.
He's a wonderful guy.
He's great. I can't wait to speak to him. I literally missed him by like 3 days when I went out to Peru. I was gutted.
He was my first real guest.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah, me and him and Duncan.
Oh my god, that must have been such I need to rewatch
right
that.
from England. We got him to drive to my house.
Yeah.
And then once he got to my house, we ordered pizza. We all ate pizza. I couldn't believe I'm hanging out with Graham Hancock. I was so giddy. It was like one of the first actual guests.
Giddy moments, like, you know, you're just like, I can't believe I'm actually sitting with this dude.
Yeah, because the guests before that had mostly been comics.
Right.
Or some person that I thought was interesting. You know, some guy that I met at the comedy store. I'm like, what do you do? You're a therapist, and what do you give people? How's it work? Come on over.
Come and talk to me about it.
Yeah, I did a lot of those. But he was, I think, the first real guest.
Was there like a choice, like a conscious decision for you to kind of like evolve it from just, you know, comedians talking shop to actually getting different guests on from a variety of subjects? Because I know you're a curious person and you've probably been researching these things even at the point before you were doing that kind of podcast. Clearly you were, but yeah, like, what was the natural evolution of that for you?
Well, I was always into books about ancient history and whether it's, you know, like modernly, you know, commonly accepted narrative or Graham Hancock stuff. But I got into Graham Hancock stuff, I think in the 90s, Fingerprints of the Gods came out, and I fucking loved it. I was so fascinated by it. I couldn't shut the fuck up about it. I would tell people, they're like, you got to see this. Like, I think this guy's right. I think we are a history with amnesia, or a race with amnesia. And then, of course, I watched Chariots of the Gods, that film, which I thought was very kooky and fun. It's very campy and fun. And here's the thing about that. I dismissed it for a long time, and I said it's nonsense. And I was I actually had lunch once. Eric Weinstein took me to lunch at Peter Thiel's house, where we talked to Von Daniken, and it was fun conversation. Like, interesting. I'm talking to. He's a full-on true believer.
Von Daniken.
Yeah, of the alien theory, the ancient aliens theory. And I've gone in like multiple stages in my cognitive dissonance. And for a while, I was all in with the aliens.
I hear you. I'm the same though.
And then for a while, I was like, no. There was an advanced civilization, and we're just a rebuilding of that civilization. And that's probably why we're so barbaric. And now I'm like, why are they mutually exclusive?
Right. Could be things.
Yeah, I don't think they are mutually exclusive.
At one point, the gods walked amongst us.
Right. And that's when I see the things like the tridactyl mummies, and I'm like, okay. What is that? What are we talking? Why is Peru so weird? Why do they have artwork they can only see in the sky? Like, there's a lot of weird shit going on here. Like, don't be so quick to jump.
Exactly.
So, but my point is, like, I have always been fascinated by stories. First of all, any subject that makes you ridiculous for considering it. I'm always like, what's that about?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Scratch that itch a little bit.
Even the cookie monsters, like ghosts, Bigfoot, all the cookie monsters. Like, why? What's the resistance? Like, why can't you talk
Russian astronaut tell me a Bigfoot story? Yeah, so pinch of salt, but he claimed that he'd been told this by a military guy out in Russia that they were in the rec room of this like Air Force base, and apparently, this is according to this Russian astronaut trainer at the Yuri Gagarin Space Center in Moscow, and he said that this Yeti Sasquatch type being apparently just walked into their rec room, helped itself to some water from the water thing, waved, and then vanished. I don't know.
So this guy, what was his job?
He was a trainer of astronauts at the Yuri Gagarin Space Center in Star City, Moscow.
They probably dosed him up with
I bet they did.
MK Ultra drugs.
Yeah, I mean,
If you're holding on to that kind of information, interesting. They probably experiment on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They probably gave that guy some
I've
acid.
never given the Sasquatch thing its due course in researching it. To be honest, I've been very dismissive of that. But maybe maybe you know,
I have.
the demographic
Years. I used to have a Sasquatch Bigfoot footprint, like a cast, like a plaster cast on the desk. That rest in peace, Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum, who just recently died. I had him as a guest on the show once too. He's so crazy. I asked him if he was so crazy, but in a wonderful way. I said, if you could cut a finger off to know that Sasquatch was real, would you do it? He was like, yes. It's like, what the fuck? That's your finger. Don't say yes to that. The information just comes out. You don't have to lose a finger. Damn it.
just saying that with off finger.
I think Bigfoot was a real thing.
Yeah.
I think that's why there's so like.
Do you think it was just like some sort of like branch of creature? Because there's so many people think it's like an interdimensional being, or
it could be that too, but I think it's Gigantopithecus.
Yeah.
Gigantopithecus was an absolute real thing that we didn't even know existed until I believe it was the 20s.
Yeah, around then.
The guy found its teeth in an apothecary shop in China, and then they started researching it and finding where the dig sites were. And they found jaw bones that indicate that it was bipedal. So this is a bipedal hominid that's 8 to 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
What is that? That's Bigfoot.
That is Bigfoot.
And that's probably, and also this thing 100% lived around modern human beings. Like what we are today, it lived around us. So imagine you see one of those things. Well, first of all, you're gonna fucking run like hell. You're gonna have stories. This thing lives in the woods or in the jungle. Stay out of this spot. That's where this thing lives. And that's going to be passed on from generation to generation to generation until even after they're gone, now it's just a whisper. Now it's just a thing. Now it's a mystery man that lives in the woods.
Are they like antiquated Bigfoot stories outside of just modern?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, without doubt. Especially in Native American cultures. That's what's interesting is like Native American tribes, there's multiple, obviously, many different tribes, many different languages, right? They all have a word for this thing. Let's put this into perplexity. How many different Native American names are there for Bigfoot? Because I believe Sasquatch is a Native American. I don't know which tribe had that, but there's multiple different names for this hairy creature that lives in the woods. But they don't have names for like a giraffe that lives in the woods. They don't have like other mystical animals, mythical creatures. They just have this one.
Yeah.
And this one is a fucking weird one.
Well, that's what I mean with the interdimensional aspect. It's truly different from just an animal. Even
right. That might be real too. This is part of the problem. It's like we might be dealing with multiple different things. It might not even be Gigantopithecus. Sasquatch, Skookum, that's right, I've heard that. Oma, that's right, there was a movie called Oma. The guy who did the American Werewolf.
That's just the last words you say when you see Bigfoot. Oma!
Yeah. Chai Tanka, Big Elder Brother.
70 to 80 names.
Wicked Cannibal, oh boy. Windago, Wicked Cannibal.
Yeah,
Wendigo.
Yeah,
and Yetisho, how to say that? Yetiso, Big God, and that's a Navajo name. So there's a bunch of different, there's a bunch underneath that too.
Yeah, like so it's about 70 to 80 names when accounting for variants across 50 tribes.
Okay, so what is that?
And it's the same with the alien greys, like the ant people.
Yes. Well, and then it brings the same thing, like it brings us to the same subject of what if there is a way to traverse dimensions? What if this is not as simple as something gets in a spaceship and it comes from another planet? What if it's coming from another place? And what if that doorway is open to other things? And what if some of those things are Sasquatch? Like, under the right conditions, this pathway is open. Right. And maybe it's not even something that actually exists, but you can see. It exists in our tangible timeline, but you can see under heavy stress, under, like, anxiety. And imagine, what gets you more stressed out than being in the woods at night, right? The woods at night creates a lot of anxiety for people because there's all these sounds and you're looking around. It's dark, you're vulnerable, especially if you live in real woods, like woods that have predators in it. It's sketchy. And I bet there's different states of mind that you would, if there's some sort of a possibility, some sort of a way that an intelligent creature can get to a point where it has the technology to access other dimensions. It can go into other spaces. Would you even be able to see it all the time? Would you only be able to see it if you were like under a highly anxious state in the woods? You're kind of a little freaked out. You're more open to weird things, and then it senses that and communicates with you.
Well, we are.
Sounds kooky.
We're dominated by our perception, and we have such a narrow bandwidth of visual perception. You get up the whole light spectrum and look at visible light, just this tiny corridor of visible light that we're able to see. Obviously, we've developed IR and different energy. Film the night sky with infrared, you get weird shit. You get these orbs and things that seem to fly by, and I think that it is a perceptual thing, because the reason I even started my YouTube channel is because I've had my own experiences with UFO type phenomena that were entirely initiated by me. Like, I asked for them to come and they did it.
See, that sounds kooky. I'll take that clip, but I dismiss you immediately. This guy's a quack.
Wait for it.
But this is one of the things that people have been saying for a long time, is that there's actual groups of people, and there was even some guy who was like, somehow really connected to the government. They were saying that they need these people out, they go out into the desert, and they have like some sort of a secret frequency that they can push out. They can send out the secret frequency, and it'll call them in. And that other people have done it simply by willing them in. That's what I said. So sitting there and putting out this message that you're trying to communicate to them, and then eventually they show up.
Yeah, I can't speak to technological assistance, psionics, and all that kind of stuff, but do you want to hear my UFO story? Okay.
First of all, where did you come up with this idea on your own, or did you hear about people doing this?
No, I heard of it from someone who's a quite polarizing figure in the UFO community. I know you've spoken to him, Dr. Stephen Greer. But
polarizing people are right sometimes.
He's right on this.
Yeah, they can be right on a lot of
things. He's right on this. And, I know that there are a lot of people have issues with Greer, but he was actually my intro into the UFO subject, so I'll tell you the story. Sorry about my throat. I'm just taking a sip. So, this was...
how did he find out about it?
That's a good question. he had a near-death experience, I believe, and from that was actually apparently communicated to and shown things that when he came out of that experience, he became a samadhi type, teacher.
Of course,
profoundly
it's
interesting.
a great origin story.
Brilliant origin story. My origin story was I was really bored during COVID. No, so honestly though, it was actually in 2019 that I had these experiences, and I do think that it's very important to lay a bit of foundational groundwork, because I think a lot of people will recognize this as well, and it's something you mentioned with Bigfoot being in a high stress environment in the forest. Maybe that changes your perception. And I think that there's a degree of trauma and a degree of intense emotional moments that can bring about paranormal experiences. I don't know why, but it does seem to be something that a lot of people relate to. Yes, I was in a very dark time. Yes, I was having a very traumatic time. But yes, I was going through something. And then this happened. And so for me, I was in my third year of university and struggling. Just had a whole mix of personal issues going on. So I ended up kind of dropping out before I finished. And it was just in a really bad rut. And my dad was worried about me. And he said, look, I'm out in... this is a bit of a long story, but it's important to lay this foundation, I think, before I talk about what I actually experienced, because it plays in. My dad was worried. He was out in France at the time, and he said, look, do you want to come out and stay at this place with me and just kind of relax and bring yourself back to normal? So yeah, okay. So I came out, and he was like, I've got these books that I've been reading. I think they'd be really beneficial for you. You should read them. I was like, okay. I don't see how a book's going to change.
Does he often recommend books?
Not massively, no. In fact, no. This was the only time he recommended books, which is interesting. And they were a series of books called Conversations with God by Neil Donald Walsh. Have you ever heard of them?
No.
Okay, so it's interesting. It kind of ties into, I suppose, the channeled works, things that people believe they receive.
Oh, wait a minute. I haven't heard this.
He's quite well known. He was a radio DJ, broke his neck in a car accident, became homeless, finally managed to get back on his feet, but was still struggling, wrote an angry letter to God, and then apparently woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and was having voices literally telling him to write things down. So he wrote all of this down, and this became Conversations with God. It's literally a dialogue of him asking questions and him receiving answers, which he interpreted as from God. Now, that is intense, and I'm definitely not here to say this is a Bible and everyone should read it. However, it was incredibly impactful for me at that time. The things that I was reading about, it was a very different idea of God, universal consciousness leaning towards more than some weird patriarchal cloud-living figure that just never made sense to me. So it got me in, and I was reading it, and it helped tremendously, weirdly enough, which I didn't expect. And that put me on a path towards researching metaphysics and philosophy and science and consciousness, and that's where it really started for me. But then a couple years down the line, I found myself in another depression, in a sense, because I felt like I'd accumulated a lot of information about various different topics that I thought were big questions and big answers and big esoteric things. And I just got to a point where I was like, none of this is actually helping me in my life. In fact, I'm actually feeling fucking worse for looking into all this thing. I don't know how this is going to benefit me. So I was sitting on my bed one day, and I guess you could call it a prayer. I just sat on my bed and said out loud to the universe, I need something that validates all of this. If I'm meant to be looking into these big picture questions about the universe and consciousness, if there's something tangible here, I need to know, and I want evidence. I'm ready for it, so give me it. I want that. And then a week later, my best friend at the time, he was like, hey, I was watching this documentary, you've got to check it out. It's called Unacknowledged by this guy called Dr. Stephen Greer. This is my first introduction to the UFO subject. So I was like, okay, cool. Sit down, watch that. Very good documentary. All of these different, high-level officers and missile launch guys talking about UFOs. It got me in. And then near the end of that is when he brings up this concept of CE5, initiating contact with these. You can actually have your own experiences by getting into a particular meditative state. If I hadn't been making that request on my bed the week prior, I probably just would have watched that documentary and gone about my life, but it felt like a very strong message to me personally, because I'd been asking for something to validate these ideas around consciousness, and now there's a guy saying, yeah, you can actually have an experience by going out and attempting to ask for it.
So talk me through the process of actually doing that.
So he has.
Did you get it on the first try?
No.
How many times did you try?
It was a weird gradual thing where things were happening in the sky that were enough to keep me going out, but not enough for me to be like, okay, this is legit.
So, like, how many times did you go out before it worked?
Before I saw what I really saw, probably about a month of going out.
Damn, that's commitment.
But I was seeing things, but they weren't. It was kind of just enough to make me like, okay.
What were you seeing?
Lots of what the contact community call flash bulbs, flashes of light in the night sky in a void of space repeatedly without any discernible object attached to it, just one flash, and then send a thought, another flash, send a thought, another flash. And this happened multiple times. I've been somebody who watches the night sky all my life. I'm used to seeing satellites. I know
How long
what flares are. Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
And so you sit down. Are you seated?
No, I usually be standing with my neck craned to the sky, but I won't be.
I want to get a lounge chair.
No, I don't know. I don't think about things properly sometimes when I do.
Just lay down on the ground.
Just lay on the ground.
So you get a better view of the sky.
Yeah, but it's cold in England and it was mildewy on the floor. It was not.
That's hard.
Yeah. But I was essentially, because of, again, being asking the universe for something. The universe seemed to be giving me some sort of response. It kind of lit a fire up under me, and I started going outside. And honestly, a lot of people, like even Bria, has this incredibly complicated method using samadhi and doing various things. I didn't do any of that. I just breathed in through the nose and out through the mouth until I felt very calm, and then began to very clearly model my thoughts around the concept of I want something to respond to me. And then I would essentially visualize that was emanating from me, that these thoughts were emanating from me. And it didn't take very long before I'd have flashes of light in the sky that just seemed weird because I've never seen anything like that, or an incredible influx of what look and behave like satellites, but just at an incredibly high level, which is like, oh, what's going on here? And it just felt like a kind of step-by-step progression until in August of 2019, I had 4 incredibly vivid and real experiences with orange orbs of light. Really profound.
What was that? What happened?
So I was outside. At this point, it had become my routine. It was in the summer of August, and it was relatively warm, so I was out doing this quite a lot, seeing little flashes, seeing things in the sky, trying to figure out what exactly it was that I was seeing. And I was standing in the back of my garden looking towards my house, night sky, crystal clear. And I saw, at the beginning, a flash of light in the corner of the sky. So I looked over, and I saw this flash, another flash, another flash, and it was just blinking. But it was static in space. And then it started moving down. Every time it blinked, it moved further down. And I was observing this. And then it settled above 2 stars and kind of created the apex of a triangle. And it was just flashing above these 2 stars. And I was watching this for a while. And it happened for long enough where I just decided, thank you, whatever you are, I'm just going to keep panning around the sky here and looking around. And as I panned my head, I saw that there was a cloud, but I didn't really look at it. I turn around here, come back, and I see this cloud again. And this time I really look at it. And this cloud, Joe, had, so strange, it's like a dark cloud, but when you stared at it, it had a staticky appearance. It's very hard to describe other than imagine a light overlay of TV static. There was particles, it was agitated, it was shimmering. It was not a cloud, certainly not anything I've ever seen in my life. And if we pretend this microphone is my house, and this cloud is here, it's drifting this way. So eventually it's going to drift past my house and go this way, at least according to its natural trajectory. It gets to my house, and it does a right angle turn, and it starts coming towards me. So eventually it's going to be above my head. This cloud-like formation.
A cloud does a right angle turn in the sky.
Abrupt, as in 90 degrees. It's going like this, and now it's going like this towards you. High up in the sky, but it's now in my path. Complete 90-degree shift from its trajectory. And I saw it like a jarring. Now it's going this way. Okay, so at this point I'm rooted in place. I'm not really scared, but I'm shocked at the fact that this thing did what it just did. And I'm watching as it's coming closer and closer towards where I'm going to be. Eventually, it's directly above my head. It sounds so crazy. And, Terence McKenna said something like this. He was like, if you tell the unvarnished truth about a UFO experience, you'll be taken for a fool. It's like, it's true. If you just tell people what really happened. But this is what really happened. So this cloud comes above my head. As it's directly above my head, this cloud sucked into itself as if there was a central vacuum, a central point where it just got sucked into itself. And it revealed a triangle formation of about 25, maybe 30 orange orbs of light in a triangle. And this triangle, basically the cloud went, triangle was revealed, it kept moving. I had to turn around and watch as it went off in this direction. And as I was watching it, I could see that some of these orbs were actually swapping formation, swapping position in this formation. And that was the first time I saw them. I saw them 3 other occasions, all within the space of a month after this. Weirdly enough, I woke up the next day, and this is the only element of the story, as crazy as the whole thing sounds, it's the only element that makes me personally uncomfortable. I was getting out of the shower, and as I was drying myself off, immediately noticed where this tattoo is now. There was a triangle mark of three red marks, one here, one here, one here. Very vivid, like
Then you covered it up with a tattoo?
Well, it faded over time. I have taken pictures of it, yeah.
Is it clear?
Yes.
Can I see it?
I can try and find them, yeah. I haven't got my internet on right now. Jamie, if you go into my X account and just type in J. Anderson marks on arm, maybe that will come up. I'm sorry, I should have really sent that ahead of time, but I do have images online. People have seen them, and I've discussed it many times.
Did it look like a wound?
This is the thing. So 3 red marks. No bump, no scab, no itching, no feeling of discomfort. There was a slight shine to them, as if it was almost like a healed over burn, and this was very vivid. It didn't dissipate for over a year. It was on my arm for about a year before it faded away. It eventually faded away, and then I got Hermes Trismegistus tattooed on my arm. Weirdly enough, I got this tattoo and then got invited to Egypt. But yeah, I had these experiences. I had another experience where they came down and hovered above my house.
Can I ask you this? These orbs?
Yeah. There you go. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks, Mark.
That is.
Yeah.
It looks like you burned 3 cigarettes in that.
That's what some arsehole online definitely claimed, but I did not.
That's what I would say too.
Yeah.
Online.
That's
crazy.
Yeah, this. I noticed it immediately. I'm not particularly comfortable with it. I don't know what it really means. I'm a bit of an idiot, Joe, because I should have gone to a dermatologist. I should have actually had them look at it.
Branded like cattle, son.
Well, that's kind of what I think. At the same time, can I
just keep an eye on this one?
Can I even be mad at them? I was like, show me, give me evidence. I want to sign. Fucking fine.
Right.
There you go, dude.
I would say whatever that is on your arm, who knows? Maybe a dermatologist can explain it. It's just a coincidence, but the actual thing itself is far more interesting to me. And because one of the things that people always say is, if they were out there, what wouldn't we see them? God, if they could come here from another dimension, or if they can come here from another planet or another solar system, don't you think they could probably hide? We're pretty good at hiding. Don't you think we have technology right now, like stealth bomber stuff, that diminishes the radar? Exactly. You can't pick them up on radar. So why would it be impossible to somehow or other manipulate your visual field, project what looks like clouds on the outside? We know that we can do stuff like that with plasma. They have these plasma things that can spin in the sky, and it's weird. They can make objects out of them.
I wonder if that was plasma. I actually do wonder if this was a form of self-organizing plasma, because that's definitely something that people have looked into quite extensively.
Maybe plasma has intelligence.
Yes.
There's some, yeah.
Yes, and perhaps these are a form of individuated plasmic intelligences that can interact. And one thing that's very interesting about that, there was a brilliant paper actually, I did a video on it. It's like 11 different scientific institutes looking at the idea of self-organizing plasma and intelligent plasma, and they were using some references like, do you know the STS-75 NASA missions where the tether broke and you had all these strange things going around the tether?
Yes.
So that's dismissed as ice particles,
Yes.
things like that. Have you ever seen the motion tracking version of that, where someone actually attached the flight paths of each object so you can see the flight path?
No.
That's crazy because
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I'm sure if Jamie looks up
That is a weird one.
STS
It seems like lights are going towards that thing, checking it out.
Yeah, so this is this is a gigantic tether. I think it's like 2 kilometers long or something. It's absolutely insane. It broke away from the ship, and as it broke away, you had these what some people believe to be UFOs or plasmic intelligences, or if you're on the mainstream side, you'd say these are ice particles. There you go. If you go slightly further back, there you go. Just as that green one's starting up, this is the flight path. So if you just take it back to the beginning of that, and this is where they've attached the flight paths, and you will see complete 90-degree turns. You'll see absolute stops and reversals of change, and it's incredible.
I wonder if it's just a kind of life. Actually, don't assume it's
I really do.
like the things that find just about 20 minutes on the ocean and can survive down here. Or it could be a type of life that survives before space. And it just wouldn't be biological things. It would be some form of energy of life.
This is apparently what all the spooks were telling Tom DeLonge when he went to the Pentagon. There's amoebas in space the size of whales, and that these things were essentially. Yeah, I remember when he was on Fade to Black, and he was talking about that there are these amoebas in space that are like.
Well, why would they tell him, and then he goes on those shows and tells like. I feel like that's the kind of guy that you tell some things that you want to get out. Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be true.
No.
As a matter of fact, it's more fun if it's not true. And make him say as much kooky shit as possible so that the stuff that he's going to say that's true looks ridiculous.
And all of those guys that gave that information are on the age of disclosure.
Exactly.
Yeah, you should trust them.
It's fun. If you're playing, it's like the world is a gigantic escape room. You're playing a bunch of weird puzzles, and you're trying to figure it out, but nothing's what it seems.
Nothing's as it seems. I think with Tom DeLonge and the UFO subject and To the Stars Academy and all the things that have happened since like 2017, the New York Times, it's I have opinions on it, because I think I might be the first guest that you've had on that wasn't already quite established. So I've had to work my way up through social media, through the interactions in the community, to personal relations with people that aren't big names or anything like that. I've had to work my way up there. So I've seen things that perhaps people like Jerry Corbell and others who already like big names haven't seen, because they're too big. They don't need to be on social media looking at fucking comments or what's going on in the X space. But if you are like that, then you start to notice things. And so what's interesting to me, despite what anyone wants to say about Stephen Greer, and I've got my own issues with Stephen Greer, what's interesting to me is that the only person really who was making noise prior to TTSA was Stephen Greer. He was the one that was putting out Netflix documentaries that were getting seen by millions of people all over the world. And he was saying, these are black budget illegal programs. This is a anti-congressional crime against humanity. We need to be busting down the doors. This is not exactly what they want to hear if they were inside the national security statement. This guy out there saying this. What do you do about that? Well, do you know how he got linked up at the very beginning of all of this? No. So he's always been a UFO guy, and because of his background, money, he was able to secure connections, and he was very friendly. He was best buddy at one point. In fact, there's a video of him when he was quite young. He's pointing out all the UFO witness tapes that he's got on his library. He's like, these are all, I'm holding on to these for a guy. He's got like 50 whistleblowers. He's bringing this all out. This is before Greer can make the announcements. It's obviously Greer. And Tom DeLonge is on Fade to Black in also 2015 talking about this, where he tells the story of how a friend of his, a Lockheed Martin, calls him up and says, hey, we're having a family and friends meeting over Rocky Martin, would you want to introduce the bot system stage? And he said, yeah, I want 10 minutes with my bosses afterwards. And they were like, okay. And so he introduced them on stage and then tells a story of being taken through, these white noise corridors and down into this place where eventually he's chilling with the guys at Skunkworks and these big directors are all sitting in this room. Okay, what is it you want to talk about? This is where he pitches to the Stars Academy of Arts and Science and his friends. And what's interesting is on the radio when he's talking about this, he's saying, you have to approach these guys like you're going to be of service. I was saying, I'm being of service. I want to help. So you've got a disruptive rogue person out there, Stephen Greer, saying all this stuff, causing commotion. What do we do about that? I have no idea. Suddenly, in walks a rock star. Use me, because that's basically what he said. Use me. I'm happy to do whatever it was. I am your conduit into the public. Now, no disrespect to Tom, I've met him. He's a lovely guy and he's very passionate about the subject. But I do think he was used. And what you get from there is the Two Stars Academy platform. Suddenly, you have this official kind of green-lit disclosure, very soft disclosure. There's nothing like Stephen Greer's disclosure, and we're all being encouraged to partake and support in this very, what should we say, curated method of soft disclosure for the people. I think that they were very worried about what type of disruptive truths might come out before it was time to talk about them, and then suddenly Tom DeLonge was a very useful medium for communicating this. And when you see things like the WikiLeaks emails between him and John Podesta, where he's literally saying this is about bolstering PR for the military-industrial complex from a disenfranchised youth, and the generations of youth today don't trust the government. We want to change that. We want to change the perception of the military and the government. He's literally emailing John Podesta about this, so it's very clear that at the very least he was
this bitch is doing things.
The messenger of whatever message they wanted to give him, and it just so happens that message completely counteracts what Greer was talking about in terms of classified black budget programs. Have already cracked reverse engineering. We cracked anti-gravity in October 1954. This kind of stuff. It's like complete reversal of that narrative.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, it makes sense. That's what's the term? Useful idiot.
Useful idiot.
Yeah, they love doing that.
Yeah.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. I know I've had people on this podcast who were doing that with me. And I know they were coming on saying a bunch of nonsense. But you have to let them talk because, for sure, the truth comes out in the wash. For sure. And I think what's interesting about the age of disclosure is this narrative of the reality of what happened. If it did happen, there's lying Congress, there's misappropriation of funds, you're going to need amnesty. And so this is the narrative. This narrative is we need amnesty. It's like, it's kind of a smart way to do it, right? Do it in a documentary, have all these people that are probably implicated in some way, say we need amnesty. All these people that say that they know about these programs, amnesty is important because these people have been... But what they've been doing, really, if they have been doing what we assume they've been doing, we assume they've retrieved crashed UFOs and they've back-engineered them. We assume they've used that technology. We assume they're aware that there's non-human intelligences that are far beyond our technological capabilities and that we interact with them. You've committed a crime against humanity by not telling people that. Because we all operate under the assumption that we have an understanding of what our role is in this ecosystem of life. And if our role is not even remotely at the apex, if we are being visited and manipulated, and if we're actually a product of experiments, you should fucking tell us. You guys can't be hanging out at Raytheon in the fucking conference room.
You believe this shit? Like,
with your gold Rolexes on. Dude. You motherfuckers.
Right?
Tell everybody.
But we can't handle the truth.
But they're right. They are right with the amnesty thing. I think that's the pathway. I mean, these guys are not going to... No. What they stole, they stole. Yeah. Okay? What they did, they did. With the lie to Congress, the lies have been told. Let's fucking find out what the truth is. These guys, whatever they did, they did. Okay, you didn't stop it then. Let it go. The more important thing is let's find out if this is real. It's more important than everything. Yeah. For the race, for the human race, the entire human race. And for science and technology, to have all this stuff locked down like that and not allow the great young minds that are coming up right now to have access to this. It's
Yes.
crazy. You're wasting one of the most valuable resources that we have with secrecy.
I think there's so many different reasons why they might want to keep this a secret in terms of breakthrough energy and propulsion systems. Like, there's so many different implications to that, right?
Massively disruptive.
Massively disruptive. And could you imagine some whacked out fucking dude with a 0-point energy device?
Or you imagine some guy who's running an oil company who finds out that they're about to do something like that. Like, the fuck you are.
Right,
How about this guy at MIT that just got assassinated in his home?
Dude.
The
wet works in the corporate world is very real.
This is very real. This guy was one of the more disturbing theories he had was that not only is the shift of the magnetic poles that here I'll send it to you, Jane.
Yeah.
But his take on it was that the shift of the magnetic poles is necessary in order to maintain. I don't want to fuck it up.
Well, like a natural Earth cycle that has to happen.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to think and look it up at the same time.
Good.
Here it is. I'll send it to you, Jim. Sorry for the dead air, folks. Okay, so it says the assassinated MIT plasma scientist warned that Earth requires periodic magnetic reversals to sustain its field.
Interesting.
No reversal equals no dynamo equals the magnetic field dissipates. The last time this happened, in the tweet it says Noah's flood. So
Sun Weatherman. Oh, I know both these guys.
This guy who has
He's a whistleblower.
Yeah. Is that not loading? The clip?
Plasma physics 101 fluid description.
It seems like the clip's not okay. Let's hear what he has to say. It's really interesting shit, man.
That the Earth's magnetic field was constant in the last billion years. So, is it right that the Earth has lost 10% of its magnetic field in the last 150 years? And how come?
So, excellent question, Alex. Thank you. So, when I say that the Earth's magnetic field has remained roughly constant, what I mean is, if you look over longish time scales, its magnitude is roughly constant. Of course, it varies, right? And it reverses, right? And those reversals of the Earth's magnetic field, so reversal meaning the North Pole becomes the South Pole and vice versa. So those happen, and there's even interesting stories you can tell about how those reversals of the Earth's magnetic field correlated with mini ice ages and things like this. Okay? But the idea is that if you average over these periodic reversals, right, or fluctuations, the amplitude of the field has remained roughly constant. Okay? And the idea is that if there was no induction, if there was no dynamo, you and I wouldn't be talking, right? The magnetic field would have diffused very quickly, right? Within 10 to 5 years. The Earth would be left without a magnetic field, and the Earth's magnetic field protects it from cosmic radiation. Right? And if you were open to that radiation, you wouldn't be here, like I said, nor would I.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wild. And they just put bullets into that dude.
Well,
It could have been a robbery. We don't know. I mean, Massachusetts has a lot of robberies.
for sure.
They've got a lot of. It's one of them East Coast liberal-run cities. It's got a crime problem. Completely fucked. And I'm sure, as a MIT professor, he's probably lived nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
It's possible, but it also is possible that somebody killed him. And imagine if they killed him because he's telling us, hey, Earth's about to reverse its magnetic poles, and we might be fucked. A cataclysm might be coming.
Well, this is what I think there was a knowledge of in deep antiquity. There was a knowledge of cycles, of Earth cycles. They were preparing for it. Why are these structures built in a way that's anti-seismic, that's like, resistant to incredible force.
Right.
You know, the amount
Socks with Woman. That's
Saxon's such a good example of
yeah.
that. It's really an incredible example. I mean, the level of ingenuity, and also the fact that they're finding that these walls go way deeper, right? Because of not just the excavation where they're going deep down and finding new blocks of stone, but just the walls. There's key excavations going on around the walls. They just keep going down. So it's like this place was buried, maybe, with a lot of earth push up and submerged into the ground. Clearly, this place experienced some form of global upheaval. And what's really weird about a place like Peru, for example, is that prior to at the end of the last glacial maximum, around 19,000 years ago, when the Earth started to warm up again, there were certain climatologically stable corridors, and Peru was one of those areas which was actually quite climatologically stable. So at the end of the LGM, the last glacial maximum, to the Younger Dryas, it's about 6,000 plus, 6,000 and change. Now, we've taken ourselves from horse and cart to supercomputers in less than 150 years. So the idea that areas of the world that had stability for about 6,000 years couldn't create something incredible, and then the Younger Dryas comes, and it takes it all away for the most part. It's very provocative in Peru because of, again, the existence of the Inca structures that are quite pristine actually, and still standing, very simple, and yet they are surrounded by broken megaliths and multi-ton structures that have gone through incredible damage.
And what I was getting at when I was saying about that area is the way the stones are interlocked would protect it against earthquakes.
Yeah, dissipate the force from these different areas. It allows for the kinetic force to dissipate through the structure instead of it being focused and blowing apart one area of it. So it's clearly done for the purposes of trying to prevent massive amounts of force. Where would they get that type of a concept from?
Right.
It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if they did have a knowledge of great cycles, like the Adam and Eve story. The whole thing was like classified by the CIA for a minute. The Adam and Eve story.
It was classified by the
It
CIA.
was listed on their Freedom of Information Act.
Oh, right. What was that again?
It was a deep research into cycles, great cycles of cataclysmic destruction on Earth by a guy called. His name was Chan Thomas, but I think that was a pseudonym or a fake, not real name. And he actually had at the beginning of it a series of people he had listed without whom this book would not be possible, and it was like top 5-star generals, and like it's like okay, so this guy had the Chan Thomas, the Adam and Eve story. It's all about this great cyclical cataclysm that does take place every 12,000 years or something like that, and that the ancients had a knowledge of this. And I think that this is something that we will probably begin to realize, is that somewhere in deep antiquity there was a level of knowledge that is very contradictory to what we understand now. And I think places like Peru, places like Egypt and others, Malta, Göbekli Tepe, of course, it's becoming very palpable that there was something before this.
Also, when you see the spikes of the Earth's temperature, and you see those ups and downs, those glaciers and those warming periods, is there a uniform time in between those spikes?
In terms of,
is it like predictable?
I don't know.
Is it like every 12,000 years it gets a little funky?
I imagine it's probably
lasts for about 12,000 years, comes back. Right.
But this is one of the things that people in the conspiracy world would say they're keeping from us. They're keeping this knowledge. Yes, there are 12,000 year cycles, and we are just not being allowed to know that knowledge. But
that seems I don't know. Well, they have models of the past.
Exactly.
Core samples and things along those lines, but we do know that it's never static, and we do know that there have been these periods, and they do look like a strange graph. It's not a flat line, it's all getting warmer. No, it's always crazy. So what is causing these dips and these rises and these weird periods that seem to be rhythmic? You know what I'm saying? It's not like there's an immense time of heating and then a small time of cooling, and then no, it's up and down and up and down.
Well, it's almost like the heartbeat of the planet, isn't it? You look at the planet as some form of conscious entity. It's certainly capable of producing conscious beings on top of it. So I wonder about that, and the mycelial network, and these kind of elements to the planet that almost seem like neurological architecture.
Well, even if you could look from afar, if you could have the concept of the Earth, the water's moving, the clouds are moving.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a live thing almost.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not moving because it's tissue, but that doesn't mean that there's not a force that's all connected and working in harmony.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I think plasmic intelligence is very interesting, because it's this idea that a self-organizing plasmic structure could in some way create consciousness inside of it, and we don't understand where consciousness comes from. We still don't. So it's very open to the idea of possibility. And I've spoken to some pretty interesting scientists like Dr. Salvatore Pais. He's the guy that was responsible for the UFO, US Navy UFO patents that got put out a few years back, like underwater, undersea plasmic generators and things like this. He was a US Space Force engineer, and he is very much of the opinion that plasma itself is capable of becoming conscious, not conscious on its own. But 99% of the observable universe is made out of plasma. 99%. Okay, isn't it weird how we get taught about solids, gases, and liquids, but not plasma, the fourth state of matter? That's 99% of the universe. Why are we taught about that in school?
That's weird.
Weird, right? Do you ever
I
remember
thought about
being
it.
taught plasma in school?
Well, when did they start learning that?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but it's certainly before my time in school. I didn't get to it. You know what I mean?
So why would they? Are you saying that they perhaps are hiding this?
I think that there's things within plasma physics that are so novel and exotic, these self-organizing EVOs, exotic vacuum objects, and the science that they're studying. And have you ever heard of the Sapphire Project?
No.
It's kind of gone quiet now. Hal Puthoff got involved with it for a minute, where they're claiming to bottle the stars and creating these plasmic, self-organizing plasmas inside these chambers that they were claiming could transform metals from one metal into gold, or like transmutation of elements and complete revolution of propulsion and energy. Then it just fizzles out.
I always wondered about that.
There's some alchemy.
Why were people really trying to make gold? That seems so crazy that you think you could make something like that. And I always wonder, did maybe somebody used to make it and they have like this story of how people used to make gold? Like if there was, like imagine the caps of the Great Pyramids are in gold, right? What if they made that gold? Right. Like what if they had gotten to? It's not impossible to assume, like if the Earth creates gold, it's not impossible to think that we could take the elements of the Earth and create gold as well. There's got to be a way to do it. Is there a way to create gold currently?
Yes.
Let's put that into our sponsor. How do you make gold?
Well, let me show you what I asked.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Paul Mack brought up ancient Egypt metallurgy.
Okay.
Blending 4 classical elements.
Whoa.
There is some sort of
Earth,
process.
air, fire, and water, and you make gold?
Spread to Greco and Roman texts via the Islamic world in the 8th century. I mean,
What'd you say?
Gold plating is maybe what they're getting at. I don't know if that's.
Unless they were trying to create.
Miss,
A lot of alchemy
what'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
also kind of personal alchemy of the soul. And
Are you
so it's
sleeping?
not always necessarily meant as a physical thing, turning base metals into gold. It's more about turning you, base human, into a golden person. Like a lot of the times in alchemy, it's more about the personal development of your spirit, your soul.
Maybe,
mixed
but
together
this
with
is,
science.
they're clearly talking about metallurgy.
Oh yeah, I mean like right here.
So, but I mean, if gold was a valuable, if it was about valuable part of technology, which it is, and it had conducting aspects to it, it's very conducive, or it's good at conducting.
Conductive, yeah.
And you can make it. Modern methods. Particle accelerators like CERN's Large Hadron Collider achieve this by slamming lead nuclei together in near-miss collisions, generating intense electromagnetic fields that eject 3 protons from the lead, 82 protons to form gold, 79 protons.
Wow.
The ALICE experiment detected up to 89,000 gold nuclei per second during lead runs, totaling, or lead runs, I'm not sure which one, totaling 29 picograms over years, trillions of times less than needed for visible amounts. Whoa, that's crazy. Trillions of times less than needed for visual amounts. In early 1980, Glenn Seberg transmuted bismuth into gold isotope using carbon and neon beams at Lawrence Berkeley Lab.
Maybe they use the pyramids for lightning strikes to create gold with iron ore streams, and next thing you know, you get gold. That's why that's so much gold.
I mean, who knows? Who knows what they figured out?
But we should be able to ask these questions and not be.
Well, it's certainly fascinating. It's certainly fascinating that people have been obsessed with the possibility of making gold. Obviously, it's because gold is rare and very valuable. But here's the question: why is gold very valuable? You can't make a weapon out of it. Like, how did it rise to prominence?
Isn't there like some like translations that are from like the whole Sumerian Babylonian text where it's kind of like we were made to mine gold?
But that's all
Zechariah
Zechariah
It's like
Sitchin
Zechariah
stuff.
Sitchin, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Zechariah Sitchin though is very controversial.
Very.
I'm too stupid to know who's right, but I do know that when I talk about Zechariah, I always talk about the website sitchiniswrong.com.
yeah.
So there's a website where it seems like he was the only one that was buying into that. And when I talked to Wes Huff, he doesn't even think that Zechariah Sitchin can actually read Sumerian.
Just fucking guessing.
Well, it might be a little, I don't want to disparage the great man because he's not with us anymore, but he might not have been totally honest, or he might have been convinced. Some people just become true believers.
Yeah, no, for sure.
What he's saying essentially is that he tried to learn Sumerian, and Wes knows many different ancient languages. Like, he's a brilliant, brilliant guy. He's like, I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't do it. Now, obviously, there have been translations of Sumerian. There are people that can do it. It's incredibly difficult. And it's also apparently not related to any other languages. And it's so ancient, it's weird. And then the cuneiform and all that stuff. It's like, good luck.
Right.
Good luck
Right.
figuring out what they were saying.
I know, I always wondered how you actually kind of come to those positions on it.
It is incredibly complex,
Yeah.
and the only people that really know are the people that are that deep into it that they can read it as well. And they don't seem to agree with him. But at the end of the day, like, whatever was going on over in that part of the world, they had a lot of discussions of things that came from the sky.
Yeah.
They have a detailed map of the solar system, which is very weird. A 5,000 plus year old detailed map of the solar system with all the planets, Jupiter, Mars, Earth. It's like, what's that?
Yeah.
What's that? What are these giant people with monkeys on their laps?
And
What's
Gilgamesh holding a lion like it's a little cat.
Yeah.
And loads of statues. And,
Why do all these dudes have wings?
very, very typically dismissed as kind of like, it's just an intellectual giant of power and reality. And it's like, okay, there's a lot of references all across the world. I find that very interesting.
Mr. Aquarius, what are you saying?
This is the reality of fossils.
Yeah.
This is the reality of fossils. There is a tiny, tiny amount of all the things that die that leave a fossil.
Right.
Most things don't leave a fossil when they die. They get absorbed by the earth, eaten by scavengers, bacteria, you rot away, the sun bleaches your bones, and it's over. So within a few hundred years, there's nothing left. Occasionally, you get lucky, and someone or a dinosaur falls into a bog, and you get evidence. But if you don't get that evidence, it doesn't mean it didn't exist. And
Exactly.
the giant one is a weird one. It's a weird one. Because there's so many depictions in ancient literature of giant beings. And you gotta wonder, okay, are we talking about like men from Iceland?
Right.
Are we talking about giants that are just enormous human beings?
Those chads.
What those dudes that do those strong men competitions, they all like the mountain.
Yeah, man.
Those guys all live in Iceland. They're all from Iceland. What the fuck is that about?
Exactly. Well, what is that about?
Vikings, right? They were the Vikings. That's what's left. But is it that? Are we talking about that? Or are we talking about another race of human that's even larger? And if they found it, do they tell us? Like, they tell us about they tell us about Denisovans, similar to us. They tell us about Homo juliens, similar to us, just a little bit bigger. We're not a fucking 4-foot skull. Do they tell us?
There's like snippets, isn't there, from the black and white days, 1920s, where the Smithsonian kind of this is very
It's giant bones. Giant bones from a giant human. There's all these Native American stories about giant white-headed humans.
in the burial mounds.
Yeah. But here's the thing: is like, this is the real question. If archaeologists stumbled upon a 4-foot head and they were under the guidance of the university, would they shut it down?
That's such a good
Would
question.
they release it? I am fascinated by the fact that I have to ask that question. Because I would assume that archaeologists found, right? Of course they would release it. Yeah. We have found evidence of a giant, like a giant human being. This might be the first one we find. It might have been a whole race of them that existed 20,000 years ago.
I
Would they tell us?
I don't know, Joe.
That's what's weird. Is we don't know if they would
I
tell
don't know
us.
if they would tell us.
They might not. The government might step in and say you are not allowed.
Well, that's the thing, is it might supersede just academic circles and archaeology. It might get a little bit more serious. Why? With the implications of our ancient history and, what exactly was taking place. I'm fascinated by some areas that seem to have a level of kind of like theologic reference to them. So, the Book of Enoch and the Watchers, they descend down on Mount Hermon in Baalbek, right? So that's Baalbek, which is Baalbek, the lord of the Bekaa Valley, and Baal, the storm god, like the one that everyone talks about, the sacrifices to Baal.
It's also the place that has these insane trillion stones.
I was just about to mention them. Yeah, that's it. The trilithons. The trilithon stones, 800 to 1,000 tons. 800 to 1,000 tons a piece.
And they're not even laying on the ground.
No, they've been lifted up. They've been lifted up quite significantly. And this is the thing, man. It's like, somewhere like this. So we've got this weird story about this is basically 30 miles away from there is Mount Hermon, where the Watchers apparently came down from the sky.
What the fuck?
And then you got these impossible blocks in this, and the quarry there as well. The quarry there, you have like the stone of the pregnant woman, which is like 1,250 tons. And there's another one there that's like 1,500 tons. Like, these were never fully excavated, but they're there getting ready, and they've just been documented in situ. But then, 300 meters up the road or less is the Temple of Jupiter, which, again, mainstream academics will attribute to first century Romans. But the first century Romans had like wooden pulleys and like little wooden cranes. Like, this is insane. This is an 800 to 1,000 ton block, 3 of them, that were lifted up. I think it's like at least like 20 meters or something,
Jamie, can you please show us a photo of it? I always love looking at these.
Especially if you can find one with a human being standing in it, like Corsetti, if he's like,
this is a good one.
Like, it's phenomenal how big these are.
It's so crazy.
It freaks me out.
It's so crazy to think that we believe they use some sort of stone tools or copper tools, like, and pulleys.
It's
you get this in place, and you got it out of the quarry. How?
Well, and then that's a brilliant place. So that's Ollieton Tambo in Peru, fantastic area, which I'll be showing in my next episode of Ancient Technology.
It's the Trillium stone.
Trilithon.
I keep saying it wrong. The Trilithon
stones. Yeah, Baalbek.
And one of the interesting things that Corsetti was saying is like that's not even a place where they take a lot of tourists to.
No,
okay, so there it is. So you see the person, and then look above how big those stones are.
This is not sensible to attribute to first century Rome.
No, go back to just the Lebanon ones. That's it.
Yeah.
They are so big.
That one, and then there's a good black and white one. You see with the yellow. Yeah, there you go. There's two little dudes sitting on top of them.
Crazy.
Absolutely phenomenal. And then the smaller blocks on top. That is first century Romans. Absolutely, without a doubt. There is obvious evidence that the Temple of Jupiter. Yeah, they built it on top of an ancient foundation, which they were not capable of doing.
Probably a landing pad.
So many people say that, Whenever I post like any, it's like, here's a landing pad for the spaceships.
Landing pad for our ships.
But what's crazy about that as well, just a real quick aside, well, not even an aside, is an addition to that, is that, okay, so the mainstream attributes this to first century Romans, but then the Romans liked to brag about all the things they did, and third century Romans bragged about the Lateran obelisk that's now sitting in Rome. And the Lateran obelisk is about 350 to 400 tons. That's the heaviest recorded lift in Roman history. These are 800 to 1,000 tons. They never even mentioned them. So it's weird that we attribute it to Romans, but it's because within our model for history, we can't not if we're going to listen to academics, right? So you have to then invoke fringe theories.
I had Rep Luna on the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
She was the one who really got me to read the Book of Enoch.
Dude, she's digging in.
Oh, yeah.
She's digging in. Yeah.
She's all in on the UFOs.
I know she is. I know, yeah.
I mean, is she useful to them?
Maybe.
It's hard to, but when I started reading it, now, if that was included in the Bible, if they had, because it really was rabbis that decided that it didn't jive with the Torah, right?
Right.
And so they said, no, this was
not
crazy.
Yeah.
If that was in the Bible, and that's what we were taught,
things would be different.
can you imagine like Sunday church, the watchers came down? And but meanwhile, that is in the same area of Qumran, written down as the book of Isaiah. So all these things that are included in the Bible, that's there. It's all the same word. Why are we ignoring some of it? Like, that's really crazy. Why ignoring the stuff that seems the most kooky?
I think that there's probably maybe disagreements because, I mean, there's so much change for the biblical canon from all of these different, councils, like the Council of Nicaea, all these different censorings and changing of the Bible. It's probably personal issue. It could be something as simple as just someone who personally did not believe that. It's like, that's bullshit. Remove that. That's not real. There's no way there were giants. But I love how at the beginning of the Bible it's like there were giants in those times and the times before. Yeah. Anyway.
All over.
Moving on, never mention it again, in any sort of real context, other than David and Goliath in a few situations. But no, I really am starting to wonder if there was a giant race that was on the North. I really do.
The Native American depictions alone.
Yeah,
there's too many stories of enormous men that they had to kill.
Yeah. And their history, their oral tradition goes so far back.
Yeah, I mean, imagine we're talking 10,000. Yeah. Now that we know that human beings lived in North America 22,000 plus years ago, right? So the fossilized footprints that they found in New Mexico, so that's 22,000 years. So imagine 22,000 years ago, these things were a real thing. How many of them have you found? You haven't found any bones of humans from 22,000 years ago in North America, have you? No, right? So why?
Exactly.
Does the Smithsonian have them? These motherfuckers. If they really do have a giant down there, can you imagine? Can you imagine if there's a tomb that you have to go into? It's like a vault that cranks open the vault.
It's like the history version of Area 51.
You see a fucking head the size of this table, and you're like, what?
That's what we're dealing with. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to kill them off.
Maybe.
Which totally makes sense. Why would you let that motherfucker live?
Right.
You got a 10 foot tall, 12 foot tall.
That's a problem.
Yeah, 2,000 pound human. Eats people.
That is a problem. I wonder, I always get this because, the Watchers themselves are never described as giant beings.
Right.
I wonder where the giant came into the equation.
Well, isn't it us compared to them?
Maybe.
Let's look at this.
Maybe there were slight aliens, like alien greys or something, and
Well, look at the description of the Nephilim, how they destroyed everything.
Yeah.
Like, they created this thing that consumed everything, destroyed everything, including mankind. Like, what does that sound like?
It sounds like us.
Sounds like us.
Sounds like us.
Right. And also, you're saying mankind. Like, mankind, what are you saying? Are you saying aliens? Are you saying, who wrote this?
Yeah.
What is mankind? What does that term mean? I bet you're not saying man. I bet you're probably using an ancient language to describe whatever the dominant force was at the time that's writing all this down. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
What is these Watchers? They mated with humans? So what are they? And they created something that destroyed everything? What? So, okay. What is that? What are you talking about? And doesn't that sound exactly like humans? Like, what do? We fucking destroy everything.
Yeah.
We destroy everything. We light things on fire. We suck all the fish out of the ocean. We throw our garbage in it. We are so destructive.
Yeah.
We're so consuming. We consume. We're one of the only animals that dies because we eat too much.
Yeah, right.
We're the only animals.
Yeah. Well, we are the only example on this planet of the level of intelligence that we have. I mean, it's just phenomenal. I mean, really quite phenomenal when you consider all of the various avenues of evolution that have been given the opportunity.
We have a massive leap.
Yeah, phenomenal. But a leap that has to, in some way, have been intervened with. In my opinion. I mean, it's such a quantum leap in our ability of cognition and the brain size. I mean, I do find the stoned ape theory very interesting, and the concept of using psychedelics, and I think there's a role to play in that for sure. But I just think that when you have such a novel trajectory change from every other creature, every other animal on this planet, that tells me that there is something fundamentally accelerated in humans, and whether that can just be put down to shamanic use of psychedelics, I don't know. I think that when you invoke again all of these various theologic stories, it becomes clear that something was interfacing with us, and perhaps at one point we were interfacing with them. And there was a communication and a relation that has since long degraded after, cataclysmic outreaches and.
I think the evolution that came out of psychedelics and primitive man was the escape from the barbaric nature of our roots.
Right.
I don't think it's necessarily the development of the human brain.
Mhm.
I think it's probably
Communal
a way
values
to
and
also a way
society.
to use the human brain with its primate background, but soften the ego, right?
Yeah.
And endorse a feeling of community, and promote
For
a
sure.
feeling of community and love and the connectedness that you get from psychedelics. So it will allow you to traverse the timelines between incredibly barbaric hunter-gatherers with
Right.
stone-tipped tools to agrarian societies where people are all living together and cooperating, and it makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is the giant leap to being a human in the first place.
No,
It's cookie,
it is.
and it's in the Bible. At least it's in the Book of Enoch.
It's
That's
there.
the crazy part about it, is that they literally describe what we're, and not just us, like many people have theorized. Like, have we been a product? Are we a product of genetic manipulation? Are we a product of accelerated evolution?
Well, again, my own experiences, I just feel like there is quite obviously a vast intelligence spectrum out there, in my opinion, and I think it goes beyond our own perception of space and time. And I think that there are likely things that can come in from realms that we just don't really believe are real, like the astral, and even the realm of the imagination is an interesting thing. What is this place inside of our heads that we can instantaneously create anything we want, and all things, including everything on this table, once came from inside someone's mind? Like, we are excretors of ideas into reality. We kind of render reality into something that nothing else does. And I think that there is a spark within us that speaks to what people would call a divine spark, for sure. And maybe that is a divine spark. Maybe it's a highly intelligent race that intervened and gave us that spark. But we are entirely different. And I do think that as we begin to get deeper and deeper into kind of like the physics of our reality and our fundamental connection to it, we start realizing that our physiology, our body, is like an antenna. It's like a technology. It's an instrument for picking up on signals and perhaps even consciousness itself. I don't know if you're familiar with microtubules and the orchestrated objective reduction theory by Stuart Hamroff and Sir Roger Penrose.
How many times do you bring that up to people and they go, "Oh yeah, I know what you're
Oh,
talking
I know exactly what you're talking about. Well, I hang out with some weird fucking people, but I just thought it might have come. I definitely have heard Duncan Trussell say to you, microtubules, man.
Yes.
Microtubules. No, so I did an interview with an anesthesiologist called Stuart Hamroff, and him and Sir Roger Penrose developed a model called the Orchestrated Objective Reduction Theory, or OR, looking at microtubules, which are these tiny helical structures inside our neurons. And I forget the exact metric, but it's something ridiculous, like 10,000 microtubules per neuron. So it's just, this incredible architecture of these tiny little helical structures that apparently are so small that they interact with quantum vibrations in fields. That's how fine and tiny they are. And the reason I bring this up is because I think that we're getting deeper now with things like the OR theory into looking at the structures within humanity that actually seem to be receiving nodes or receptive nodes for energy that could then be translated into consciousness. The whole idea of, are we generating consciousness from our brain, or are we receiving consciousness and we're just a conduit for it?
Yeah.
And I think the evidence is getting a little bit more clearer that we're a conduit. And I just wonder if that's evolution naturally, or if that's interaction from these others that have come and meddled with our genealogy.
It's a good question that we'll have to ponder when I come back from peeing.
You do that.
We'll pause. No worries. All right,
And
where were we?
Well, Jamie brought something up, which is a really interesting video that I took when I was out in Saqqara in Egypt, again with Jeffrey Drum, who was taking me through. And this is an awesome place. So just for context, before we play it, take it back to the beginning. This is inside the Pyramid of Unas in Saqqara, and this is deep down inside of it, inside what they call the burial chamber. Now you see all of these, amazing Arabic artwork that's been quite, relatively crudely scratched in. Now you see that glow? That's actually calcite crystal, and that's limestone. Now the entire back of this chamber, like this wall, the back wall, the other wall, and the ceiling and the floor, is made out of a slab of calcite crystal. But what's really interesting about this is that when you take a flashlight and you put it in a certain angle on this wall, something very interesting appears. Boom.
Huh.
An otherwise invisible etching of an individual. You can see the navel, the belly button, and the arms, and this is completely invisible until you get that flashlight. Now, these have been actually smoothed. There we go. It's promo for my episode, but these have actually been smoothed into the calcite crystal itself, and then obviously these Aramaic writings and pictographs have been scratched on afterwards. So clearly, this is the original artwork of this chamber, but it's not perceptible without a very specific angle of light that creates the shadows. And these are on the other side of the wall as well. I think in this clip maybe he doesn't show it, but very, very strange. Now this entire pyramid is acoustically profound. I mean, the acoustics inside of this are unbelievable, the amount of echo that you get. And the entire Saqqara site, we went around it. I mean, my God, it's a weird site, man. You've got, again, just incredibly huge slabs of rose quartz granite. And there's one area that's like on the other side of the pyramid, not even near the entrance, which is just this huge portcullis made of granite with interlocking pieces where clearly another piece of stone was slid between them. But this is nowhere even connected to the pyramid infrastructure, and they don't say anything about it. Strewn across this entire place, you've got huge blocks of granite with drill holes in them. You can see the striation marks going all the way through them. And his opinion, Jeffrey's, and I think there's merit to it, because in Cairo Museum, there's a little cabinet of laboratory equipment, like jugs and apothecary bottles that were recovered from Saqqara, including a little plate. There's like a little plaque. This wasn't included. This is put into the actual exhibition, but it's tucked into the corner of Cairo Museum. You have to find it. You have to really look for it. There's a little plaque saying that the area of Saqqara was a laboratory. And again, like, this completely contradicts all of the things that they say about ancient Egypt, but it's in the Cairo Museum. It's literally written as the ancient laboratory of Saqqara. And so, you know, what's going on there? Why is there a contradiction like that that's being acknowledged? And it's truly just an incredible place with these shadow figures and the acoustic resonance of the site, the rose granite.
So why do you think that it was originally these carvings were in the wall and then they wrote on it afterwards?
Well, I think it's another case of a later civilization coming across an incredibly amazing place and carving on it. Maybe they didn't even see these figures, because you have to have a very specific type of light to actually be able to see them. You have to get it at that angle. It's possible.
You can't detect by looking at it that there's some variation.
I mean, you can see when you actually know what you're looking
Like a little
for,
bit of wiggle.
but barely anything. It's like really hard to perceive. So maybe they didn't even know that these things were down there when they went. There's another part of this when you're going through the chambers where it's rose granite, and then plaster, where you've got hieroglyphics put on the top, and you can actually see the plasters kind of bleeding off into the rose granite. So it feels like they found it, they slapped some hieroglyphs on it, they, you know, put their own veneration around it, but it was not an original structure of the Egyptians. Once again, a place that they found and settled around. But it's just weird that in the Cairo Museum you have like this tiny little shelf full of beakers and measuring jug type things, and it says that the lab complex of Saqqara. And it just doesn't make any sense in comparison to what they're trying to tell us is the reality of this place. So that's weird.
It's all weird.
It's all weird.
Yeah, that's why the bottleneck of talking about this stuff is so infuriating.
This is the same place, by the way, we have the Serapeum, you know, the 80-ton boxes that are precision marble top, the ones that Christopher Dunn went down into and was like, these have been machined.
Yeah, let's pull up a photo of those, please. They're strange.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think they were doing with those things? Like, what was the purpose?
Well, you know what's interesting is
What was the drill?
They were so these things are absolutely incredible, and there's a few questions with this. One, if you go onto that image, zoom out, just go to that image on the right where you've got the entrance, just the entrance into the, this one there. So this is the entrance into the Serapeum, or the Serapeum, however you want to pronounce it. It's a subterranean labyrinth, and these corridors are extremely small. There's actually a half-finished one sitting in the middle of a corridor, and you can kind of really get a scope for the size. But these are 70 to 80 ton granite sarcophagi. They attribute it to the Apis bulls. They say that there was a cult around this region that venerated the Apis bulls, and that these were burial chambers for the Apis bulls. But you know what's funny about that is the only thing they have to evidence this is no bones of bulls or anything like that. What they have is a single hieroglyph on one of these boxes of a bull. That's it. They have a hieroglyph with a bull on it, and that's why they attribute it to the Apis bulls, regardless of the fact that these are precision carved 70 to 80 ton granite marble top smoothed boxes with even more precision inside. They're even more precise on the inside, which is strange. You wouldn't necessarily need them to be that precise if they're just funerary boxes, but the precision is actually more impressive internally than it is externally. And
how long would it take to make one of those?
My
Here's
God,
the question: make it, move it, put it in place.
Make it, move it,
That
put it in
bull's
place.
long dead. Let it go.
Let it go, dude.
That
Like, yeah, it's
dead
not
for
that
years by the
important.
time you finish that thing. That's
These
crazy.
things are nuts, man. Absolutely nuts. And
There's
this
so many-
is one of the big things that Christopher Dunn saw, and he was just like, nah. There's just no way.
Look at the people standing next to those
Yeah, man.
stones.
I've been inside one of these.
Someone moved it there and then put that other one on top of it.
Unbelievable.
When? How?
Yeah, and again, like, you know,
To say that's not a mystery is nuts.
it is nuts. And also, if you go on that image where they're shining a light and someone's leaning on it, on like the right hand side, yeah, that one there. So many of these, the boxes themselves are so precise, but the actual writing is extremely crude. It's been scratched on. It's basically just been scratched on, and a lot of them. It kind of feels like, a lot of these pharaohs did, they just went and slapped a cartouche on it. I own this. This is mine.
Right.
And so, you know, the exterior work contradicts the advancement of the actual box itself. It doesn't make sense. There's only one in here that's actually got 3D actual carved in artwork, and that one actually does make sense, but these ones are all chicken scratch. It's just been scratched on,
Of course.
So-
Which is what people do.
which is what people do.
There's, a lot of history of human beings doing that to ancient things.
Yeah, if you've got that third image, actually, that's an interesting image because you've got these such low quality. That's a shame. You can actually see these dimples where they've smoothed out the stone. And what's weird about this is that, so if these were funerary boxes, you would expect the external to be the most impressive because that's what people are going to see, right? But instead, you actually have a lot of malformation on the boxes. And one of the theories about this, and this is something that Vivica is a good example of this, one of the theories about this, and one that Jeffrey Drum brought up for me, is that whatever was going on inside of these cases, the exterior had to have absolutely zero critical imperfections. So any cracks, anything that was problematic would have been dissolved out, smoothed away. And you have this weird kind of dimpling on a lot of these, and somewhere you can actually see a crack where the crack's been removed and it's been kind of smoothed out. And then inside, it's like 90-degree, just perfect. And so it just kind of contradicts the idea of it being for the, a funerary purpose. You'd expect the outside to be absolutely perfect and beautiful, but it's not. It's all kind of mal-shaped and as if they were trying to remove any sort of cracks, anything that could cause a structural problem. And then inside, they're perfect. So it does make me wonder about the real purpose behind these.
Why are you assuming that it would be cracks? Why wouldn't it just be that they didn't have a need to finish the top of it?
Because
Some of them finished carpentry.
Well, some of them are finished quite profoundly, and then you have others that have got these big dimples in them where it just looks like they were trying to remove anything that might have been a critical damage to the structure. Obviously, this is guesswork.
Right, but the purpose of that would be to keep it from cracking.
To keep it from cracking all the way through. I just find it very interesting that the inside is more impressive than the outside for something that's meant to be, viewed as a funerary box.
Right. An enormous funerary
An
box.
enormous funerary box.
Does anybody have a wacky far out theory of what they were actually for?
I mean, there's always some. I mean, one of them I find interesting is the idea that it could be like some form of a sound bath, like an isolatory chamber where they would go into and have some form of experiences.
You gotta count on someone and read that fucking thing?
There's such a strong evidential trail of acoustic sciences in the ancient past, especially archaeoacoustics in terms of the actual architecture itself. Like the pyramids, they're designed to resonate like one of the most interesting places that I've been to in terms of looking at the acoustics of places as well is Malta, the island of Malta. And the island of Malta is very interesting because when the Bronze Age settlers from Sicily and other areas of Italy came over to Malta for the first time, they discovered an island that was absolutely littered with megalithic sites. And Malta has got the highest concentration of megalithic sites in the world, but there were no people. They all gone. No one knows who they were. It was just a land full of these incredible megalithic temples, and one in particular called the Hypogeum of Halseflieni. Now, the Hypogeum is fascinating, dude. It's a subterranean, huge temple that was discovered by the road workers, and they were literally just chipping away at the road, and then it collapsed in, and they find this huge, what they call a necropolis, because they found hundreds of skeletons down there. This thing is incredible. This is all carved out of the limestone, and it is a overlapping geometric series of chambers that is so obviously acoustically tuned that if you actually if you wanted to search Hypogeum acoustics, it will come up with studies where they've noticed that this is absolutely a deliberately acoustically tuned complex. Go on the actual website, not images, and that's an interesting one. Whether or not it's entirely accurate, someone's comparing the Hypogeum to the human ear, specifically because of the fact that this place absolutely is acoustically tuned to resonate between 110 and 115 hertz, which is the bandwidth to activate certain brain states like alpha and theta brain, where you can get into more meditative states of consciousness. And only 20% of this site is accessible to the public, 70% of it's locked off, and they treat it like a skiff. They take your phone, they take your camera, you can't bring any audio recording devices into it, nothing. Very curated tour for at 30 minutes and then out.
Why is 70% of it locked off?
That's a great question. They say it's for preservation of the site because it's such a delicate Neolithic. It's prehistoric. They believe it's prehistoric. And again, this speaks to what was going on in prehistory, because this is an acoustically profound series of chambers that have been carved out of the limestone bedrock by people that we attribute bone antler tools to. And they were chipping away at it with bone antler tools, and they made some things profound.
So when you say prehistoric,
well, they dated to about 5,000 years ago. Mainstream.
what?
Mainstream. Yeah.
Carved
It's
carved out of the bedrock.
Out of the bedrock. Yeah, it's a huge thing. And what's even weirder about it, is that they found all these elongated skulls at the bottom of it. And I've seen one personally. I went to the Museum of Valletta in Malta and saw these elongated skulls. What's very interesting about the skulls is that they actually lack the sagittal suture that we have going down the back of the head. So, we have this sagittal suture which pushes the growth plates together as you come through the birth canal. Not that one. The third one, the fourth one, that one, and then there's other images which are actually the one below it where you've got skulls recovered from the Hypogeum. Yes, this is the elongated skull that's only got the horizontal suture, no vertical suture, which is what all humans have, a vertical sagittal suture. Now, apparently, hundreds of elongated skulls were discovered in the Hypogeum, but only a couple of them are on display in Valletta. And I've got a couple of friends who are in, have you heard of the Knights of Malta? It's a kind of a secret order of like Freemasonry. It's spawned from the Vatican. The Vatican basically threw these people into Malta and said, fuck off and go do your weird stuff over there. But now it's a very connected, kind of like with the Vatican order, the Knights of Malta. Very powerful group. Very much in the geopolitical world stage. And a friend of mine who's within that was like, yeah, they bring out this book once a year in the Valletta Museum, and it's detailing the skulls of the Hypogeum, and apparently it tells a story of how the locals would throw bodies down there because there are beings down there that they wanted to prevent from coming up to the surface. And this is the strange thing, is the Hypogeum is full of normal human bodies, hundreds, not buried with respect, but just piled down there. And then also elongated skulls. And the story is, according to this very ancient book that they bring out and put out once a year, you have to be lucky to catch it. It apparently describes that they were using this as a place to discard bodies to prevent these creatures from coming up to the surface.
So they were
feeding them.
So when people would die, they would just throw them down that hole? Or when people were bad people?
Maybe, throw them down that hole.
So these elongated skull things were eating people?
Well, that's the connections we might make from that kind of connotation from these books, but that's certainly something that's rolled out in the Valletta Museum once a year if you get to go there and see it. So that,
Is that like an ancient version of Scientology? Somebody make all this up?
dude, I don't know, but well, I mean, in terms
Very
of
strange that there's
the
that
hypergym
many
itself is.
human skeletons down there.
Oh yeah, I mean, they did find a profound amount of them, which is why the mainstream labels it as a necropolis. But there's no burial respect being done. It was just piles of bodies, big piles of bodies. And again, it's just so profound.
It's called the Oracle Room.
Yes, the Oracle Room. Yeah, this is where the sound concentrates. The
There's
acoustics
something
concentrate.
I found here. These two paragraphs, I guess it's gonna be a little long, but it's a couple.
During testing, a deep male voice tuned to these frequencies stimulated a resonance phenomenon throughout the hypogeum, creating bone-chilling effects. It was reported that the sounds echoed for up to 8 seconds. Archaeologist Fernando Coimbra said that he felt the sound crossing his body at high speed, leaving a sensation of relaxation. When it was repeated, the sensation returned, and he also had the illusion that the sound was reflected from his body to the ancient red ochre paintings on the walls. One can only imagine the experience in antiquity, standing in what must have been somewhat odorous, dark, and listening to ritual chant while low light flickered over the bones of one's departed loved ones. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude.
Might have felt like the drugs do to us.
Yeah. So
So they made a drug house.
Because on the state, under right circumstances, ancient populations were able to obtain different states of consciousness without the use of drugs or chemical substances.
Or maybe in
this is
coordination.
the Monroe Institute of Applied Sciences and binaural beats, way before we were around. This is the original psychoacoustic architecture. The idea that ancient architecture is designed in a way to propagate acoustics that affect the human brain.
Now imagine, this is 5,000 years ago, and where did you learn that from?
Right.
How did you do that? Did you fail? Did you learn? What's the science?
And another interesting
How do you know?
element is there are a lot of temple sites in Malta that look weirdly similar to Newgrange in Ireland. And Newgrange is another psychoacoustic temple, if you want to call it a temple. It's a huge mound if you look it up. But within it, they've done, again, acoustic studies, and it propagates infrasound, sound below the threshold of human hearing. And that's the stuff that reverberates through your chest cavity, through your bone structure. That's what that guy is describing. It's infrasonic sound. You know when you like, yeah. And there's a, oh god, it's again Neolithic. I don't know the exact date, but it's Neolithic. And these spiral patterns are in the hypogeum. Those spiral patterns are in the hypogeum in red ochre. This is Ireland. The same structure. That's very famous Irish. This, by the way, is incredible because it's completely singular. There's no break in the line. That's a very hard piece of geometry to actually create at the time as well. It's extremely complex because all of this feeds into itself. There's no break in that line. It's a very complex geometry. But that same type of geometry is also found in the hypogeum, and it's found in red ochre on the painting. These swirling kind of motifs. So it's very interesting. You have these weird correlations between places that were separated by entire oceans in Neolithic time.
Do you think that represents sound waves?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's about the flow of acoustics, the flow of movement and sound, and that was perhaps their interpretation, or perhaps they had a visual hallucination that gave them the idea of it being this kind of like swirling pattern. But yeah, I find this. Yeah, this is Ireland. There's just some striking similarities between places like this and places like in Malta. So again, it just leads into the idea that there was perhaps a globally maritime connected civilization that was using these psychoacoustic attributions in science to produce novel effects of consciousness, inducing brain hemisphere synchronization, just like they're trying to do in my ass with the CIA.
And here's the question: How did they learn
how to do that?
How long did it take before you figured out how to carve that out of the mountain?
Yeah, exactly. These are questions that
There he is.
not being answered.
Yo, dog.
Understanding of history.
Is gold still better than silver? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo. Just a moment.
Fuck it is. Fuck it is.
Yo, dog, is gold still better than silver?
I don't know. They're all. I think Canada should celebrate that we got silver because it is a remarkable achievement. If any other country got silver, like if Latvia or Germany got silver, they'd be thrilled.
I'm in agreement with you. And in the future, I think silver will be worth more than gold because it has a higher melting point and is more desirable in computing.
I mean, can you make the argument that copper is like 1,000 times more useful than silver?
Perhaps
So
it's
therefore, copper should be more valuable.
perhaps it will be. Perhaps it's more abundant.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's why copper is cheaper than silver and silver is cheaper than gold.
There you go, baby. So what's good, son?
Did you know that the Japanese garbage system is largely privatized? And do you know why that is?
Please enlighten me on Japanese garbage.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you heard of like the 1995 serum attacks in Japan. But
Yeah, I know all about it.
like,
I know all about it.
really.
I was the brains behind the operation.
Nice, you're the cult leader and
Yeah, I was 9.
brainwashing.
I was
people.
9, and I was like, "How can we really fuck shit up today?" And I was like, "Dog, how about the fucking Japanese tunnels? Their fucking subway system. Let's fuck it up today." And then everybody was like, "Oh, that's a tight idea, Rabbi," because they were calling me Rabbi back then. And we fucked it up. How'd you like it? Pretty good, huh?
I mean, it's honestly one of the most creative terrorism things and events that I've ever heard of, to be honest.
All right, cool, baby.
I don't think it was nice what they did.
No,
I think
dog.
it's
No, that shit
stupid,
sucks.
but
All right, so
it's pretty wild just how powerful that like liquid is, though, that you can just smash it and then just walk away and destroy a whole subway worth of people.
word, dog. All right, so talk to me. What does that have to do with the Japanese
The
subway
garbage?
system? Yeah.
Because trash cans were deemed like a risk to those serum attacks. They removed like a whole lot of public garbage cans, and so if you have garbage in Japan, you have to go into like a private business, such as like 7-Eleven, in order to dispose of your garbage.
Oh, that's tight. All right.
Yeah.
Speaking of garbage, are you ready to lose?
Team Canada. I'm outside right now with my dog.
All right. Well, maybe one of these days. All right. So here's my question for you, and it's a really important question. Maybe one of the most important questions of all time. Did you know that Zoot is not performing comedy for the next 3 weeks or so?
Why is that?
There's some other kind of festival that they're doing, but that he is in which he is not participating, and I think it's some BS because I think he's maybe one of the best comedians in all of South Australia. I mean, I think it's obvious. I think if you
Oh
don't,
yeah, at least the top 10
oh, for sure, dog,
according to the
for sure.
about rock comedy.
Right. Maybe I don't know.
Very fierce competition in the South Australian.
Hey, don't put down the beat poet.
market.
Don't put down the beat poet. All right, so this is how I genuinely feel, like in the deepest of my heart, that the people at Raw Comedy, dude, I'm just giving you this is. I would say this to your face as well, but they were sick of Zoot performing so often in South Australia, and they figured, well, if we make him a finalist, maybe he'll go on the road and we don't have to see him as much.
Wow, zinger. The Zinga.
Bazinga. Okay, so what's new with
What do
you?
That was a pretty good roast.
Oh, dog, I'm the king of roast.
And
Are you gonna watch Kill Tony tonight?
that show is garbage.
So is your opinion on comedy? I still
I
don't.
think most people would agree that that show is garbage.
No one.
Imagine if I didn't send that to you, you wouldn't have like all these your like main background noise. I sent you that background noise.
What are you talking about? William Montgomery?
Kill Tony is no Kill Tony or William Montgomery is amazing.
Okay.
Kill Tony is, and I don't know. There's some funny moments in Kill Tony. I guess it's just personal preference. No hate.
No, you fucking hate that show.
William Montgomery carries the show, but I don't. There's some funny. I just find, yeah. I mean, I've already spoke my piece about that show.
Okay. So, do you think that you have a good opinion on Kill Tony, or do you think it's garbage like the rest of your opinions?
I think that Kill Tony is too boring, but maybe I have too much ADHD or something. I mean, I find the judges. I mean, they're professional comedians, so I guess they should be funnier, but it's mostly just like the judges roasting the comedian, which is fine, but I don't know. Not my cup of tea.
Okay, well, what is your cup of tea?
In comedy,
Yeah, baby.
William Montgomery.
Dude, you're obsessed with this guy, but that's cool.
I mean, he is the GOAT. Do you know T.J. Miller?
Nobody knows who that is.
He was in Deadpool. He's also a very famous comedian. He does stand-up comedian stuff. And he's a movie star. I listen to his podcast, even though I think it's discontinued, but there's like 400 episodes. I love that podcast. I like a lot of people, I guess. Speaking of comedians, so you know the ad marketplace?
Yeah, dog.
So yeah, I think
The Idea, which I own 51%.
yes.
Yeah, dog. Of course I know it.
Yeah, I think the best way to obviously get that thing off the ground is it's a little chicken and egg scenario because you need users and companies. Companies want users and users want companies. So basically, you have to like partner with a bunch of creators basically. And it could be with payment or equity, and then get those influencer comedians like maybe not Tony Hinchcliffe or the Kill Tony people because they suck, but some good comedians like Trevor Wallace or William Montgomery, someone with talent, get them to promote the platform, and then also find not just comedian people, but like people who do 3D graphics, or there's a bunch of different verticals probably related to advertising that you can target in order to get a bunch of awareness for the platform and its existence. So yeah,
That's a cool story. That's a cool story. So you want to milk me for more of my great ideas or something?
No.
Okay.
One point that there's like a potential concern is that having all these advertisements out could potentially taint company's brand. If, say, someone who like Zoot, like if Zoot just does an advertisement with your company logo attached to it, and he's just talking about how God is just sharding out autistic babies, and that's why they should buy your new fountain drink or whatever, it's not going to like look good for the company, so do you have any solution to that to combat how companies might be hesitant for posting such an ad or contest?
Absolutely. They have a no Zoot policy. I think that's obvious. In all reality, all advertising is good advertising. Perhaps. But basically, like, the thought is you're going to get that now. You get people who do that now, who put out content that a company doesn't like. I mean, do you not? Are you disagreeing?
Yeah, no, I agree that people can use their free will to bash their products in any way that they want, practically. They might get sued depending on circumstances, but it is a free market, but apparently, and this is just the AI that potentially, or it's saying that companies are really concerned about their brand and what makes it to light about their brand, and so they don't want potentially like Zoot content just floating around and being associated with Zoot or the like.
I think in the future Zoot will be just fine. They're not going to promote it on their social media. That would just be some individual, and people are allowed to do whatever they want.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. It's just the AI is just saying, like, just through the association, the issue isn't random slander, it's structured association. If a creator posts, here's my submission for the Coca-Cola content, and it's offensive, the brand is now contextually attached to the content. Large brands don't operate on technically we didn't endorse it. They operate on perception risk. Even if legally safe, PR cycles don't care about nuance. Screenshots travel faster than disclaimers. Solutions require that public submissions do not use official brand logos unless shortlisted into a finalist. Require disclaimer language like unofficial contest submission not affiliated with or endorsed by a brand. Create a rule that offensive, discriminatory, or policy violating content results in account suspension. Make brand briefs specify tone boundaries. The key is separating creative exploration from brand association. Don't let early stage chaos wear official branding.
Okay. I mean, all of those are suitable options. I still think you could do it. Okay, if you put something that's super offensive out there, TikTok's gonna ban them. You don't have to worry about Coca-Cola banning them.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, it still may not look great, though.
I mean,
Like, I don't think Zoot's comedy will be banned from Instagram unless he's showing, like, active hate symbols, pretty much, or child nudity, or, like, something crazy.
okay.
Yeah.
But who's to say he won't?
Oh, yeah. Nice. You live in this building? Oh, me too. Yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm Zach. Third. Yeah. Yeah, I like it when there's some weird bounces and just like pop it up with her nose like she's playing volleyball or something. Or yesterday she just galloped like a horse through those little like monkey bar things. I didn't know she could do that. She was like, oh yeah, she's Rabbi. Yeah, she really loves the ball. Yellow. Yeah. Female, yeah. She's turning 4 in March. Yeah. Yeah, nice meeting you. Thanks. I'm glad someone gets to watch her play. Awesome.
Doug, why don't you make social media for your dog?
I mean, once companies, like some tech company goes on the site and is like, yo, we have a 5,000 bounty for our pet product, and it's this new whatever, maybe we'll give it a try.
Okay,
Perfect place. It doesn't have to be for humans, too. All types of animals and critters can participate in the platform.
Yeah, but like seriously, why don't you?
The real answer is that it's like there's just a lot of competition, I find, because anyone with a camera can take a picture of their pooch, and it takes a while probably to build up a reputation if you somehow go viral. I mean, I did watch a video recently of some woman who had a TikTok of her dog. Like the person was like, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" And like, "I have a TikTok for my dog." And I thought that was kind of a interesting reply. But yeah, I take pictures of her that are cute. I mean, I don't know what else I could do, really. Like, how do I just make it go viral?
Well, you just do enough of it and you keep promoting it. The issue though is with the dog. You know, all good things must come to an end, and you know, dogs aren't permanent. So, what do you do when the dog dies? I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
I
for
mean,
Yellow. Yellow has a nice long life ahead of her. I don't mean to put a negative, but you get what I'm saying. Like there is like that. What is it? Like Grumpy Cat. Grumpy Cat died, and like all the fucking famous, you know, animals end up dying.
no, I think with AI, you can make them live with forever, especially in like within 10 years, you'll have good enough AI. I mean, that's another reason to not do it is because anyone could just generate content with AI of their animal, and that you're now just SOL suddenly. or the brand. It's like if you're a brand, are you going to pay someone when you can just use AI yourself? I mean, I think if you have a substantial following attached, then they'll be interested in it. If you don't have any following, they're not going to be interested. So I got a chicken egg scenario of whether you can build a social media account for your animal that's worth something to the company. But yeah, some lady just now that you're barking at me for talking to just came up and said she lives in my building and she enjoys watching me kick the ball around with Yellow, and she's entertaining to watch.
How hot is she?
She was at least 65 years old.
That didn't answer the question.
I mean, in her heyday, I'm sure she was pretty stellar.
Well, so this bitch is pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a 70-year-old man, you probably could get eyes for her.
All right,
Might be fawning over her. I'm not sure.
that's tight. So
That's tight.
so you could have that lady follow your social media.
Yeah. I mean, it's I feel like just hard to actually stand out. Like I follow, like I have an Instagram for my dog, and I follow other dogs, and they take professional, beautiful photos, like in the mountains of British Columbia and on Vancouver Island with their healer dog, and some of them get like a sponsorship for like some dog treat or whatever, but I don't think they're super rich because they don't have a huge following.
Okay, what do you think you need to have a huge following?
I mean, if I knew that, I think I'd be a multimillionaire with the world's greatest dog account.
Okay, touche. Okay, so when are you gonna launch?
But I do think, yeah, it is a dope. It is a good like idea that I never thought of before for the advertising marketplace, where a pet company or maybe they're a small independent treat company and they want a really cool ad, put it out there, and you'll find your match. It's like iCupid or whatever for advertisers and creators.
Okay, Cupid.
Or yeah, whatever it is.
Okay.
Did you say when am I gonna launch?
No. What? Yeah, I did. But what's the name of the company gonna be? What's the name of the company gonna be? That's the most fun part.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I think it's like it's pretty. Or I was researching like the psychology behind different marketplaces and why they're named the certain name they are, and people have different strategies, of course. One strategy is just like, do you know the gambling site called Prize Picks?
So everybody knows that.
Yeah, so it's just simple alliteration, and it is a description of what the company does, basically distilled into two words on some level. I mean, they could have called it gambling picks or something maybe more specific, but it's just called Prize Picks.
Dog, we've been through this. We've been through this. Alliteration is worse than rhyme. Make this bitch rhyme. GoPro.
Yeah. I mean, Amazon doesn't rhyme. It's the most successful, largest company on earth, practically. Facebook doesn't rhyme. There's a lot of examples that don't rhyme. Amazon just means like super, like, what's it called? Leviathan level, like, massiveness. And I guess kind of some other things as well. And it also starts alphabetically with A. But yeah, you can make it something called something with ad, like ad reel or real ads, or something with the word real in it.
Glad ad. That's it. Glad ad.
Like
Glad ad. We got a winner.
What?
I just said the winning name. It's over. The contest is over.
Glad ad?
Yeah.
Glad ad sucks.
It does.
Her name is Glad ad.
It's actually the best name ever.
I think that there's also, just like one syllable words like Uber could work.
But that's two syllables.
Or sorry. Oh, Lyft. And you forgot that reduplication is higher than rhyme.
Pun is the best.
Right after reduplication, yeah. Reduplication is gold, pun silver, rhymes bronze.
All right, so what are you thinking?
I need to let the right word come to me. I think, yeah. I don't know. I kind of don't like just naming it something like ad contest, because while it's direct, I think that it's not something as memorable as something that is just one sound that it just sounds good.
What about Promote Me?
Promote Me?
Yeah, it's fucking brilliant.
I mean,
it's over. That's the name.
It's possibly worse than Glad ad. And that's really bad.
Might be the best.
Bad when you're worse than that.
Might be the best name ever.
Garbage idea right there.
Dog, it might be the best name ever.
Whatever the antonym name of whatever Promote Me is, that's what it should be named.
I think Promote Me already has some. I think Promote Me already has a thing.
I mean, oh yeah, also using something like the word win or prize or loot or something to that nature apparently psychologically triggers dopamine from people that are reading the name because they're like triggered to think that, okay, there's some I'm gonna win something now, like lottery ad or whatever. I don't know, lottery something-ery.
Okay. What about
Clip contest is not terrible.
that? Sucks.
But
That's
again,
the worst name ever. What about ClipCon? What about AdCon?
I do like it, but
No.
maybe con is like a negative.
Negative. I get that.
word.
I get that. I get that.
But I think that shortening something, like if con didn't mean like con artist or have like negative connotation, then it would work. So shortening is a good tool in the naming department.
What if you just called it like Cupcake or something?
Upcake?
Yeah, Upcake. How about Upcake? That's a good name.
Upcake?
Yeah. It's a
It
pun.
is. That's your best name so far. I'll give you that.
It's kind of a pun. Like you upvote it, you upcake it.
I don't think anyone who's associating the word cake with though. I think cake symbolizes like the money, which I think is a great
Yeah.
like dual meaning of the word cake. And also cake is fun. Like you eat cake at birthday parties, which is fun. So it's associating with positive celebratory moments.
Yeah, and just
the
cupcakes.
The up part symbolizes like the voting mechanic.
And just it's positive. And dude, okay, so you spell it UPCKE. That's the name.
No,
no,
it can't be CKE. It's gotta be CAKE.
Okay.
Because people won't remember how to spell it.
You're not gonna be able to get upcake.com.
You don't know that.
I've been to it.
I mean, there's like a shitload of combinations of like letters.
I've been to it. It's the best website ever. No, that's a great name, Upcake. I like it.
I think it's
dude.
Okay,
It generates.
A competitor with like Upwork in a sense.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Alternative to Upwork.
How about just Up?
So I feel like,
dude, you're always gonna have. You're always gonna have some kind of competition. It's not Upwork. You have Linktree and LinkedIn.
Yeah, but those are totally different verticals of industry.
And so is Upcake and Upwork. They're totally different.
No, they're more similar. Like it's basically like a. Do you want this one or the other?
Doug. You're not. You stop. I know what it is. You are not winning this one. Upcake and Upwork are as similar as Linktree and LinkedIn. It's very similar. In fact, I think that.
Did you not hear what I just said?
Dude, yeah, I did.
Is nothing like LinkedIn.
Yeah, are you kidding? That's how you get jobs. LinkedIn, you go there to get jobs. Linktree
Linktree is posting links. It's not a social media platform.
Dog, it's fine. They don't have to be super similar. What about Twitter, TikTok, and Tinder and Tumblr? Those are all fucking the same.
Because they start with the letter T?
Tumblr, Twitter, and that worked. And they were basically very similar platforms.
Yeah, but they're completely different
Doug,
words. They just
no, how about this?
first letter is the same.
YouTube and YouNow. YouNow is exactly like YouTube.
No one's ever heard of that.
Believe it or not, they have.
No one knows that.
That's my phrase, dog.
I mean,
Doug,
yeah, maybe it doesn't matter.
Upcake's
I'm just saying that, like, it's like having like Lyft, and then someone launches a ride-sharing platform called Lyfty.
No, it's not. It's not that close, dog.
I think I think that it's direct competitor with Upwork in some ways, for sure. Definitely overlapping. It's an alternative to Upwork.
It's not. Upwork's different, dog. Upwork's totally different. Upwork is a gig finding website. This would be an ad promotion website.
Yeah, I know, but they both have overlapping things because you can go to Upwork to find a graphic designer,
and you can go to LinkedIn to find people's links. Come on, man. You're overthinking this. You're fine. The name of it is Upcake.
Fair enough. No, I see where you're coming from. Maybe I'm nitpicking.
Totally. Dog. Upcake is the cutest name.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really explain it at all, but
that's fine. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to. I mean, all the other stuff that's like promote me and that kind of shit were taken 30 years ago on the internet. You're not going to be able to get any of those.
Well, Upcake is already taken according to you, so it gets chicken scratch.
No, it's perfect.
Is it taken?
You could get up.cake.
So a URL that no one's gonna
know
how to type.
Dog, just get up. Once you get big enough, you can buy upcake.com. Facebook didn't start as Facebook. It started as thefacebook.com because Zuckerberg couldn't get Facebook.
Right. How about Real Deal?
That's already taken.
Because you're dealing real.
That's already taken.
But is real.deal taken?
Everything regarding the word real is taken. It was taken 30 years ago. Dog, Upcake is the name. It's perfect. It's super cute, man.
I think it's okay. Like, it's good. I don't think
it's better than anything I've heard out of you. It's the best.
The greatest ad marketplace of all time.
That's number 2. That's the silver medal of this bitch. Upcake is 1. The greatest social media platform of all time is number 2.
Right. Yeah.
Very funny. Very, very funny. Are you proud of that humor?
Very proud. Zoot, I learned from the best, aka Zoot. He taught me everything I know about humor.
He's your humor mentor.
Yeah, well, do you think there's anything that AI coding tools could not develop for this website?
No, it can do it all.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it to the test in a few minutes, and we'll see. As long as it can do like the Google sign-in thing, I'm sure it can even do like anti-bot spamming detection and like all sorts of shit.
Word, dog.
Maybe I have to link it to some GitHub or whatever.
All right. So Upcake's the name. It's beautiful. It's a wonderful name. Glad I own 51% of Upcake. Watch. Now this would be so fucking funny. I do this thing with everybody on my stream, and I'm like, I did it with somebody yesterday for a German. Some guys in Germany wanted an idea for. They came with me to it with an idea, and I gave them a better idea. And they're like, "We're gonna run with that." I did not tell them that I own 51% of their business, but I do. But it'd be hilarious to me if, like, you wouldn't do this, but you pissed me off. And I'm just like, all right. And I sell 51% of Upcake. I just give it to Zoot. So now you have to deal with Zoot as your majority partner.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be great for PR or any board decisions.
It might be.
Zoot has some good ideas.
Name one.
I mean, you told you something one time that was like philosophical and thought-provoking.
What was this?
Oh, you couldn't remember what it was specifically, and then you like just made some like guess kind of as to what it was. But you're like, oh, Zoot told me this thing that was like really interesting one time. He has good ideas.
Okay, I'm gonna think of one. I'm gonna think of one idea that he's had that's been good. Oh, did you know he came in the other day and was like, "Did you know the other day, like a few hours ago? Did you hear Bonnie Blue's pregnant?"
Oh, great!
I told him congratulations on being a father. It could be one of 400 guys.
Yeah, I wonder who the father is.
Do you think it could be Zoot?
I don't think Zoot. I think Zoot passed up his chance. It should have been Zoot, but he messed it up. He could have been set for life. All he had to do was figure out how to tame her or something. Or just be the cameraman or something. Pick up a VHS recorder.
Do you think that Zoot could make it as a father?
Do you think he'll make it as a father?
No, do you think he could make it as a father?
What does that mean? Like, be a good father?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he could possibly. Maybe. If he changed a few things, perhaps. He became a successful comedian. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what are your thoughts on
shook hands with some random Australian.
What are your thoughts on Upcake? Let me look up if Upcake is anything already. If not, you might have to buy them out immediately. I'm sure somebody's come up with this name. It's Upcakes are classic cupcakes iced upside down. All right, so that's not like You could still take that name for a marketing company.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
Not we'll see. This is. I'm surprised you don't already have the website. You know
Well,
this
the
is
name's taken already.
no. It's just a type of baked item.
That does sound a lot like cupcake. But you're like, did you mean cupcake? No.
What's your favorite Nicki Minaj song? I'll wait.
Oh, no. Well, that's Rihanna. I don't know. I don't listen to a lot of. I don't know the name of the song, but
Super Bass.
some good.
The name is Super
Yes,
Bass.
good.
No, the actual.
That's a good one.
No, Starships is the best one.
She's actually one of the greatest female rappers.
Yeah, dude, that bitch can fucking rap.
Yeah, she's got bars.
Is she your favorite rapper ever?
No, not even close. But she is in some very popular songs. So. Who's your favorite rapper?
Puff,
Or one of them.
Maybe either Tupac or Puff Daddy.
Isn't that P. Diddy?
Yeah, dog, but nobody calls him P Diddy. It's Puff Daddy, dog. If you go old school, people call him Puff Daddy.
Are you being a troll or?
No, dog. That's how he started.
Okay. Is he convicted yet and in jail, or is he free?
He's in jail.
Do you think he'll get released?
Yeah, he'll get. Do you keep going with your mouth?
What?
You keep making like a popping noise. Yeah, there.
That?
What was that? Yeah.
Oh, it's the ball I was kicking for Yellow that I'm going inside now.
Oh, okay. Yellow, the famous dog from social media?
Yellow on red. Yeah, very famous on red note.
Whatever happened there to Yellow on Red?
I just fizzled like every other aim point.
Okay. Dog, I'm programming like a beast. So how many?
Tablet? Did you figure out your Instagram bot?
Yeah, Xset kind of did better. I'm gonna do it on TikTok, and why on TikTok? Because I keep getting flagged on Instagram, but that's okay. I made a better Instagram bot that live streams my life, and then every hour uploads it. I've done this before, but Instagram changed it so that you needed to have at least you needed to have at least 1,000 followers, but I figured out a way how to do it without that, so I'm pretty ingenious, I would say. so I can do it with just nobody.
Do you change the metadata?
I hacked into Priscilla Chan's computer. That's Mark Zuckerberg's wife, and just fixed everything. So very,
Nice.
very, very amazing.
What would you say to Mark Zuckerberg if you met him in real life? What questions would you ask him?
Dog, I have so many recordings of this moment. I would tell him, dog, nobody gives a shit about you hunting pigs on your fucking remote island of Hawaii. They want you to fix your fucking app. There's not a single thing that you've ever created that has been successful. You had to buy everything or steal it. You stole Facebook from the Winklevoss twins. You had to buy Instagram for $1 billion. Your fucking name of your company even failed. It couldn't even have it on their Facebook, so you chose Meta, which sucks, and nobody's calling it that, to the point where there are memes about it. On top of that, your Facebook Meta, your Meta Oculus sucks. You,
No, it doesn't.
yeah, it does. It's fucking.
You pay for that, and it's amazing.
Oh yeah. You bought it. And
It is amazing.
dog, I had one before anybody had one, and I'm telling you, it sucks.
You're using the shitty like first gen or second gen.
Yeah, I am.
Use 3S.
But even that, Zuckerberg, even that, you fucking bought you bought Oculus. So you didn't even come up with that. Your new Meta Ray-Bans suck. They were used in a fucking college football scandal. And on top of that, now you're getting sued.
What's the scandal?
I'll get into it. You're getting sued for promoting Instagram to minors. So for those reasons, I'm out. Now the thing about the
I mean, I agree that he it's still skilled to identify like big trends, I guess.
no, he sucks. He sucks. He sucks.
He's a good venture capitalist.
No, he sucks. Don't even give him credit for that. Dog. He sucks. Do you know what it is to suck? You do if you know who Zuckerberg is. All right, dog. Now, the next thing. You wanted to know what happened. Basically, there was a team in college football that had one of its coaches basically use those Ray-Ban Meta glasses to record the other team's plays at other games and stuff, and that's against the rules. So, anyway, Zuckerberg sucks. Everybody hates him, and he's the worst.
So the spy glasses are used for spying?
Yeah, apparently.
I think people might encounter defamation lawsuits for using those things.
Why defamation lawsuits?
Because even though it's your First Amendment right to record someone in public, if you are profiting off making them look bad, I believe it's like could lead to a defamation lawsuit.
Okay.
And also, yeah, the thing that you highlighted about people being able to just instantly find someone's identity and all their metadata just from like a face scan is pretty sketchy.
Shit's wild.
something was. But really, again, Jewish life was overturned. Everything that we ignored was overturned. It was an existential threat to the continuity of Christ. So there was felt that it got, and as a result, it was so traumatic that it was even difficult to recording exact fact afterwards. That's how traumatic the Korban was. For us, you think about socialization, it was an event. It was an event that ended up with a different traumatic event. Trauma of the Korban was something dramatically different, and as a result, you see again the difficulty in recording fact, even by those who have seen it before. It's incredible. That's what I did. Other options, the action was done. Was it getting his dam? Ultimately, again, it was damaged. Incredible. His dam was damaged. You don't want to be that guy who's damaging his dam, right? Something his dam was damaged. So let's tell that one. Any commandments that were shafted there are possible. I won't say that. It's not immediately clear what this means. Right? Obviously, if there's damage and somebody actually shafts a carbon on it, of course the carbon is not going to do it. We'll see a little bit more later. Right? I'm sorry. Mikra rule, so this is obviously Mikra, better shafting rule. So Shad said we had a pasuk that supported this, but I don't remember what the pasuk was. Incredible. So you have this piece of kind of. So it kind of worked out, and he tried to find the source. But it was found. We sit over in the shoulder, see. The guy in the caption, and where do you know from his mass that was damaged? So come a touch him, shinish with the sharp sword. And all the kabbalos ultimately again that were shafted down. So where do you know this from? Now as a basta of us, of Safa, we asked Shalom. The pasuk says, "You shall touch the kabbalos after all those things." The ViralRabbi over there, there was a ViralRabbi over there. You shall kabbalos money is there. No, this is also this. We step in the short like this. We don't check kabbalos. Where do we check kabbalos? Where do we check kabbalos? Where do we check kabbalos? It depends, right? What is it? If it's crushing about push that thing in the north, and it's crushing Kanye anywhere in Yazora, before they breaking it on the ground. Remember, yes, you have a Mishnah that talks about what happens if you shafted it on the back, but that's not the door. So why does the pasuk frame it as the shafting your kabbalos on the mistake? So rather than
Riser. Riser.
Rather the pasuk is about the halvar. Shall shaft on the gap, but it means is when you shaft, when the gap is complete and not when
Riser.
that's the idea. What halvar means sheet of kabbalos is proper.
Listen to this bullshit.
Now we found out this picture, so that's what I saw. Is you shaft kabbalos at a time that is damaged. Ultimately, again, the kabbalos are invalid. Why? Because the pasuk says, S shalom. You shall shaft on it. Your kabbalos. What does it mean? You shall shaft on it. Whether his gap itself is intact, ultimately, again, you can shaft kabbalos. But when it's not intact, any shlit of kabbalos is invalid. Rabbi Rothschild said, no. Now, what does that mean? So God says, if you have a damaged mizbeach and you check kabbalos, those kabbalos are invalid. Rabbi Rothschild says, even if you designate kabbalos, you didn't check them. You just put out kabbalos. At a time, ultimately, and that mizbeach, ultimately, again, those kabbalos are invalid. Actually, Rashi says, it's the intermediate wide lines. בין שנשלטו בש"ס ודיברסון, בין שנשלטו אחר תיקון פסול כל הקלשן, שהנקידושן באוסו שעה, לפי שנראה במקרה. So what's this incredible? Today, God says, all the kabbalos that you actually shed at the time that the mizbeach is damaged are unfit for use. So the Yochanan says, even kabbalos that you designate at the time that the mizbeach was damaged, ultimately again, are possible. He says, you know, what are the arguments out? Rav Savar Bali Kain in a Mitzvah, the Yochanan Savar Bali Kain Mitzvah. It wasn't seen as concept deeply means once something ultimately again is set aside for non-use, no longer being used. So that says only something shifted can be used can be set aside for now. But if you just have a constipated living animal, it's fine. Just wait off until you have to repair it. But your on the other hand says no. Even body type, even living animals keep set aside for now. So therefore, here it's designated the carbon at the time that it was there was unpleased. That animal itself forever becomes completely for sacrificial. That's in a focus. So basically, there's a catch. Color you actually need to understand. Yeah, I can't really understand. Listen, I watch this. It's actually fascinating. All kavanos that you had, all animals are designated as kavanos. And listen, at the punch, this sounds like it's clean as I think it's a couple of flesh. So ultimately, again, if you had designated as kavanos, the first second makes a fish was built. And then the second makes a fish was built. And those animals ultimately, again, are included from use. So you guys have lived there. If we need one second, if you designated these animals when there's no place to be brush, aren't they set aside for now use from the beginning? Ella actually had us in this. It's very interesting. Rather, you're talking about someone that ultimately were designated, but for the base of the fish was destroyed. Before the base of the fish was destroyed, now I'm saying, when the second base of the fish was destroyed. So we can always say, oh, it's like that. That's so I will say, because again, they would be aged out. Remember again, Eras is remember again, I will say, anything that tells me about having the first base of the having the second base of the right? So it's capable of they would be walking around with a little like sheep walkers, whatever. They're not gonna, they're clearly going to be aged out to any type of use anyway. Ella, actually, it's not on his way. But I forgot, Nick knows that. About the website, you must have this. Talking about over here, and I love what it does. If you went ahead and designated the animal, and then the base and then the there was damaged, right? And then you repaired it, and the time you repaired the there, you can't cut off that part of it. Which seems to support the European idea that body time needs it. That even an animal designated as a carbon at the time that it cannot, that it is forever considered for use, or forever decades for use. What's happening? We don't know this kind of bad stuff. I think what she should do, again, you can change the wording. You're just going to modify the wording over here. Modify the wording to say not about that's rather getting animal was. And then it is forever set aside. Just that's how we custom. These custom living animals, they are not designated for that. So, for example, this piece of Whereas, let's say again, an example is damaged, you check for the carbon, and now say they do the repair that day. Because when you check with the carbon, and the example is not usable, ultimately then that carbon is forever set aside as well. So a living animal is not set or checked carbon if it can't be offered up as a kind of it's forever set aside as well, which is constantly like that. Let's say it's actually quite fascinating. Yeah, I love what I saw. Their Pescoras, and probably not there. It was uprooted from this place. Now she says,
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Baruch Shem Kavod
That's the difference. Technically speaking, that you can interpret apparent progress, by instance offering can be done even without a scale. A lot of applications absolutely unequivocally require a scale and can actually be done without a scale. The minor chief, of course, what's the version of the product? Really quite interesting. There's a minor chief, decided that I don't have to discuss it. No compound, what there is to this. This is talking about, again, first phase and introduction. First phase and introduction, so the concept says, it was organic, this is in the law of it, it was organic, let's listen to this. Give a little background. Let's use myself. Yeah, I've done the hotel. We'll say, so now, because there is
These are the red ochre, the more rough ones are the ones in the Hypergeum. Incredibly old. Also a very good.
Is that other cultures have that as well, right? Those spirals.
Yeah. That's what I mean. So that right there is also in Newgrange in Ireland, like pretty much the same. It's
Right, but not just
slight
those
difference.
two places. There's some other places.
Yes, the swirling motif is one of the oldest. I mean, it is one of the oldest. It's everywhere. But the implication of it being about sound is very interesting when you find it represented in places that are absolutely acoustically tuned from prehistory. Yeah, dude, it's weird. There's another one in Peru called Chavin de Huanta, which is there's a temple built above it. This is another thing that you find. I mean, this one in Malta, they haven't done this, but you do definitely seem to find layering, like Gunung Padang in Indonesia, where you have like the original structure below and people are just piling up on top of it over time. So in Chavin de Huanta in Peru, you have this amazing temple site, but below ground is a labyrinth of corridors that also propagate acoustics to the point where it brings up infrasound. So below this is an infrasonic laboratory, essentially, of labyrinthian passages that we use for ritual acoustics. And they actually found inside of this conch shells that had been purposefully re-engineered to produce a new harmonic when blown into them. Like they had actually changed them into a different
So they go in the acoustic chambers and below
the
conch
conch shells,
shells.
and someone would obviously be walking through this, perhaps as a form of rite of passage.
It's really important going back in time.
Oh man, I really want
Just
to.
being a fly on the wall.
I wish we could. Yes, it's not incredibly profound stonemasonry, but it does produce infrasound reverberation. They have proven that. Looked it up. And yeah, the conch shells were found there that have got all of these designs on them and have been purposely changed to produce different sounds. There was a clear lineage of acoustic science way before acoustic science was acoustic science, at least to our terms. So it brings up big questions. And the fact that it was influencing consciousness, I think that we just had an incredibly intelligent but shamanically orientated society at one point. We were using our human ingenuity, using it to create effects more spiritually aligned than anything else. And these are all chambers for inducing expanded states of consciousness.
The real question, though, is what technology were they utilizing for construction? That's the real question, especially when you get to the megalithic stuff.
Yeah.
What would they do? Like, what is this? Because this is not what we're saying it is. There's no way this is stone tools. There's no way this is copper. This is something nutty.
Well, that's why the nubs are interesting, because it almost seems like the stone was being softened, and perhaps if you were pulling a spoon out of hot toffee, you'd get that pullback, right? You get like a little kind of protrusion.
Would you want to smooth that down, though?
But they do, and then they don't. That's what's really weird about it, especially in Peru. Peru has so many stone nubs. Like, there's a place in Peru called the Coricancha, which is like the kind of main temple in Cusco, the Sun Temple. And these precision, there's various layers of architecture in Peru, albeit it's all being attributed to the Inca, which is weird. Rough cut stonework, then the weird megalithic kind of smushed together stones. Then you have what's called ashlar stonework, which is where it's like a bunker. If you look at it's spelled with a Q, Qorikaancha, Coricancha. If you look it up, and look in, so you have to go inside it really to really get this. The bunkers inside of it is pretty. Look at the wall on the outside, actually, real quick before you do that. If you click on one of these images and just enlarge it, the first one. Yeah, so that's ashlar stonework, that bottom bit, that is original. This was built by the conquistadors, right? The rest of it's been built up by the conquistadors from Spain. But this original stonework is also represented inside with these incredible bunkers. So if you type in like bunker, it's got, this image here, like the level of precision on these is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, we're talking just complete, precise fitting stones, not globular like saxowoman, like marshmallows, but just precise blocks. Like these bunkers here, like down here. This is all original work, and they built a Spanish-inspired temple over the top of it.
So what you're asserting is that this was here first?
Yes, this stuff it was here first. Like this stuff was absolutely here first. If you look up, there's a little nub, a stone nub right on top there.
Yeah.
And some of these walls have like 10 nubs on them, like one here, and then there's none. So it's like they were smoothing out some of them, leaving others. Some have speculated that it's a form of language, because in Peru, the Inca, do you know what the Inca language was? Written language is called kipu, and it was pieces of string with knots on them and different. Like, burn this shit, burn this vegan nonsense. Yeah, this was their language. This was their language, and it just made me wonder. Stone keeping. Is it a stone version with all these different nubs on different places in different areas? Because it just feels like, especially in the Coricancha, which is a temple, it's a regal temple, why would you leave the nubs on? Like you said, why wouldn't we smooth these down? So it's almost like it's meant to tell us something. And they're left in very specific areas. Then in Peru, you get stone nubs protruding straight out of bedrock. That's what weirds me out, is that it's not just on the crafted stones, but like a sheer rock face that's been obviously kind of quarried down by some unknown technique without any chisel marks, just straight. And then you have like a group of nubs coming out of the stone. So Peru is just full of contradictory architecture. And I think that, the Spanish went over there and they saw places like Sacsayhuaman, and they attributed it to the Inca. They attributed the Inca, the Andean shamans say it's not the Inca. The Inca themselves, to the Spanish conquistadors, said, we found these places, but we take the words of the Spanish conquistadors and we apply it to our knowledge set and we teach that. And it's just like I was saying to you before, we're basing so much of our history off of like the word of people from like the 1800s, when clearly we're seeing contradictions of that, even in, as Graham Hancock would certainly say, the oral traditions of the local region. The people are saying differently, but we're listening to the foreigners who went over there and destroyed things and burned the kippur and went back and taught us what their civilization is all about. It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, Peru's fascinating, dude. Peru is one of the most interesting places I've ever been.
And it hasn't had the same level of discovery of
not like Egypt.
No,
I mean, like there are areas in Peru. In fact, shout out to my friend Raul Bilecki from Pillars of the Past. He's a guy who's out there in Peru, literally just going out to the middle of nowhere. He's found pyramid sites in the middle of nowhere that have absolutely zero recording, no excavation, no study, no name. Just they don't exist in the record, but they're out there in the middle of nowhere in Peru. And so like Peru he found a pretty impressive complex actually. He found a pretty impressive complex. He's got videos of it, like drone footage.
So it's like one of the places where you could actually still be a real explorer and find.
Yeah. If you want to go off into the Andean mountains, like he's finding stuff in the Andes, high up in the mountains that nobody's documented. Like nobody's seeing it. He's a real adventurer. But it just proves that, like you said, there are still places like this where you can do discovery. Peru's. And then obviously you have the Amazon rainforest. Right. All of the things that could be in there through LiDAR. We already see so much geometry, so much evidence that there was a massive amount of civilization going on in that jungle. So, this is getting very interesting to me. And again, this weird climatological stability through the last glacial maximums, the Younger Dryas, this period of about 6,000 years where they had access to the development without being disturbed. So, you have these incredible anti-seismic, anti-earthquake megalithic structures in Peru using materials that they shouldn't have been able to use, using multi-ton stones. That's an interesting area, although I will say that it's made out of tuff, which is volcanic rock, very easy to cut because it's actually compressed ash. So that's a really cool place, but it's not as mind-blowing and terms of how they cut the rock, because it's extremely soft rock. But
So this is doable.
this is doable. This is doable. But there are other things. In fact, if we could you go on my YouTube channel real quick? There's an area in Saxe-Woman which has got there's a diorite outcrop, which is an incredibly hard stone. There's a measurement of hardness scale that goes up to 10, with diamond being the hardest, and diorite sits at about 6.5 to 7 out of 10, whereas bronze sits at 3 to 3.5 out of 10. So there's a discrepancy with the hardness of the material to start with. But yes, there's if you go back to the beginning. Sorry, man, I wish I could see the screen. It's going to be difficult, I think. Keep it playing though, and I'll talk about this, and it'll come up in a moment, I'm sure. But all across Peru, you have these incredibly precise cuts into bedrock with very little evidence of any sort of chisel marks and no real understanding of how they were able to excavate it. And these incredible just voids into the rock. But there's one area in particular. This is just the beginning of my video, but there's one area in particular in Saxe-Woman, which is this gigantic. In fact, you could probably just type it in if you typed in Saxe-Woman diorite steps or something like that. But I know SAQ SAY Saxe Woman WAMAN. Yeah, Saxe-Woman diorite steps. Diorite spelled, sorry mate. DIORITE. It's alright, brother. But I mean, I think we're actually getting. I just I'm trying to listen while I'm typing in. No, I know. Sorry, dude. But so yes, that's the one. So this is diorite. This is incredibly hard stone. To give some context, the stones at Saxe-Woman are really impressive, but they are made of limestone, a little bit softer, a bit more workable. This is impossible. If you can find a HD, I've got a 4K video of this. That's why I wanted to see it in that video. But if you can find a HD image, it's shined like a marble top. These are just precision cut into this huge outcrop of diorite, which they actually believe was a magma burst. So a huge blob of magma came bursting out of the ground and formed into this huge stone mound that's adjacent to Saxe-Woman. And you've got cuts like this, where it's just insanely perfect. And this is not possible with a Bronze Age toolkit. This, to me, is actually more interesting in some ways than Saxe-Woman itself, because it's just a complete contradiction of the Bronze Age tools. You shouldn't be able to do that on diorite.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, how long did that take?
And it's smoothed down to a point where it's shiny.
What did they do?
What's the purpose of it? Why? And there's all these weird cuts. Yeah, there's all these weird little cuts into the stone like that. And across Peru, you just find these voids where it's just like a 90-degree cut into stone with perfect finish and no sign of chiseling.
And the weird thing is the back is smooth too.
And the back is also smooth.
How'd you get it out of there?
Dude, this is the thing, man. I just find that so fascinating. This is
it clearly seems like there's a lost technology.
Yeah.
These ancient people had figured something out. They probably existed for thousands of years. They're probably really advanced, just in a different pipeline.
Yeah.
They went in a different highway.
I will say this, and I'm sure you'll be happy that I'm bringing him up. There is one guy out there who's trying his best to prove how they were liquefying stone and then bringing it back. And I only know his X handle, which is Fomahun, like Fomahun. I can't remember his actual name, but I've been talking to him. I'm thinking of actually going out to visit him and film him doing this. But he's been demonstrating making teddy bear casts of rose granite and things like this. And for a long time, he wasn't revealing how he was doing it. So I kind of just was like, whatever, dude. I don't think that you're actually doing this. But he's now actually revealed his secret ingredient, which is slaked lime. This slaked lime, which is very easy to make for them, and water glass, which again is something that they could have made. I don't know the science behind this, to be fair, so I'm just going to briefly say that I think he's got some provocative ideas here, because he's actually adding this water glass and slaked lime to mixed up compounds of granite or limestone, crushed up granite, crushed up limestone, adding the slate lime, adding the water glass, and then it's solidifying into solid granite within 6 hours.
What?
Yeah, he's got literal teddy bear casts and different cookie cutter casts of solid granite. And so there's a potential that it's really simple but totally been overlooked. You know, it's just using the right compounds, the right components, and the right stone mixture. Again, how do they learn this? But it's not definitive. But he's one of the only people I've seen that's actually presented actual evidence that could explain how they were doing this. It's relatively simple ingredients.
Well, that would account for some things, correct?
Yes, but not everything.
The enormous. Okay, so this guy.
Yeah, so he's, I think so, if you go make sure he's actually the right person. Yes, here we go, Marcel.
Brilliant idea to create artificial granite with nothing as an additive to water glass, the latter being the glue between original granite grains. Why? Because I realize we need full transparency in order to clearly see the original granite grains like quartz. We need a fake quartz as a binder. Well, nothing did not work because the outside layer prevented the thing to get hard inside. Oh, well, nothing did not work, I guess. I don't know how you're saying that.
Yeah.
Now, what we're seeing is made with a secret additive. Let's call it almost nothing. That did not change the transparency of the water glass, but forced it to set from the inside. So remember, this is the wannabe binder only of artificial granite, not granite itself.
It's very interesting, and he's revealed that it's slaked lime, this secret ingredient. For a while, he wasn't saying what it is, and now he said it's slaked lime. So I'm actually going to go out to he lives in Budapest. I'm going to go out to Budapest and actually film him doing this to see if he's right about this. He's actually, I think, one of the originators of the whole natron theory, which I haven't dived too deep into, but it's one of the explanations behind it melting the stone. So I started paying more attention to him once I was in Peru, and he was messaging me saying, this is what I think is going on here, is they were using these ingredients to melt the stone, to solidify crushed up stone and create molds. My issue, one issue I do
Crush up the stones. That seems like it'd be harder than moving.
Maybe using harder rocks, like just smash. But yeah, exactly. You need to. I mean, how much stone smashing would you need to do to create Saxa or all these areas?
80 tons of smash.
Plus, every single block is different. You'd be talking about millions of molds. Like if we're talking about molds here, then every single block is completely different. So you need an individual mold for each one. So yeah, compelling idea. Does it answer it? No. Nothing ever seems to fully answer it, but it's compelling that he's trying to actually find a way to solidify the stone, and it seems to be working. Whether it explains all of it, I don't know, but there's certainly a lot of people that will say that this is the definitive explanation behind it. I don't think that, but
the thing that these amazing sites have in common is that they are so spectacular, no one really has a logical explanation.
Yeah,
it's one of the coolest things about the most ancient of sites is that it forces you to go, wait. Even the best people don't.
Defies probability.
Yeah.
It defies probability. It's truly fascinating, man.
It was a national project. So simple. I get it now.
Yeah, I know, man. Like, that's the thing, is like this outdated kind of dismissal of everyone on the outside of the academic. Yeah, gatekeeping. He wants to say he's not a gatekeeper, but clearly
it's not yours, buddy.
Did you know he came from the Edgar Casey Foundation?
Wonderful.
He did. Zahir Was originated in the Edgar Casey Foundation, so he got funded. And weirdly enough, he was actually quite pro these ideas until about the mid-90s. So there's like a 1993 quote from him at a university in Cairo where he was saying something along the lines of, there are tunnels underneath the Sphinx that lead down into greater structures, and when we truly understand this, we will understand the real builders of the pyramids. That was the last time he said anything close to that. Post 1993, about 1993, maybe 96. But after that, complete polar opposite 90-degree change. I wonder what happened.
Who knows? I don't understand why, if you really want that place to get more money, more tourism, more people interested in it,
it's the Atlantean structure, right?
I mean, just be open to all of these people that are like yourself and like Graham Hancock. Why wouldn't you not be open to these people and their ideas? Like, they're clearly very well versed. I think Ben Van Kerkwijk, he's incredible.
Fantastic.
He's an encyclopedia of information about Egypt. And why would you not want that guy exploring publicly and also reaching millions of people, by the way?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you want that? That doesn't make any sense.
I think it's maybe a bit of a cultural arrogance. Like, who do you think you are, Westerner? Coming over here and teaching us about our history. I think there's a level of that, at least on the surface layer, before you get into the deeper implications of, Freemason secret societies keeping things from us.
My true fear is that it's people just have this desire to be the one in charge of stuff.
Right. and the desire to be right.
They want to be
correct.
boss.
They want to be boss.
And they never want to be proven wrong.
And who's this guy? Who's this podcaster who's coming on and telling me what my country's heritage is? And
Yeah, but the problem with that is like even mainstream archaeologists are angry about it.
right.
Like,
Right. Well, everyone gangs together.
Yeah.
You know, they all gang together. It's groupthink.
well, it's also there's a lot of bitches in archaeology. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
I've noticed that.
bitchy people.
I've noticed
They're
that.
just
Yeah.
it's such a bad look for the
Yeah.
profession. It really is because immature,
Yeah, like snarky,
shitty
you know.
comments,
Yeah, I know.
aspersions of racism. Shut
Yeah.
up. It's a really gross field in terms of which some of the humans are.
I came through the toxicity of the UFO community, which is like so bad, and you know, I thought it would be a lot of kooks, but also there's a lot of bad actors and hackers and people that want to, you know, one thing on the UFO subject actually, which I do think is worth noting, because like I said to you, I think I'm one of the first people that you've had on that had to actually make their way through the social media interactions. And one of the things that a lot of us noticed, and have to give credit to a couple of people like Red Panda Koala and Chupacabra on Twitter, two very good researchers that have been highlighting this, is that when
Red Panda
the
Koala
whole kind
and
of
Chupacabra.
2017 narrative,
That's amazing.
Elizondo and Chris Mellon and all these guys started coming out, obviously we were all extremely excited about it. Over time, you know, there were some issues, like some contradictions. Elizondo especially has contradicted himself quite a lot, and some of us started to get a little bit suspicious of these people and just started asking questions. It didn't take long for us to be targeted by a pretty significant network online of people that were trying to hack and dox us, and people like, he hasn't put his actual name out there, but people like Red Panda Koala was doxxed online, had his family house put out online, had photos of his underage sister put out online by a group of individuals who are all very closely connected to Elizondo. And this is something that you would not notice outside of being in the minutiae of X, because you would see these troll accounts, these really nasty troll accounts that were all being followed by Lou. And when they were having their accounts shut down and reinstated, Lou was one of the first people following them. Some people have actually come out about this group now and revealed screenshots of DMs where they're in private conversations with people like Lou and Gary and some of these other guys who I got connected to early on, very early on. I got some of the first interviews with these people and was very pro it until I started realizing they were very much trying to control the narrative, and there were things you couldn't speak about, can't talk about, reverse engineering or consciousness initiated contact. Anything to do with Greer is completely poisonous. Lou Elizondo was actually, he called Greer and a couple of other people terrorists. He said, I wouldn't negotiate with terrorists, when asked about Stephen Greer. But what people have dubbed this as is the UFO hate group. This is very well known online, the UFO hate group. And it's a group of people that are so savagely in favor of people like Lou and this kind of modernized narrative that if you even go half an inch, like I really gained my accolades in the UFO community, people really praising me for the interviews I was getting, until I started asking a few questions about people like Lou, and suddenly I get an absolute maelstrom of hatred from people that were once really enjoying my content. And I'm quite lucky, I haven't been targeted so heavily. Some people have had their lives ruined by these people who are all connected to individuals like Lou. And Lou actually said that he came to burn ufology to the ground. Like, he actually said that in an article. He was like, I want to burn ufology, I want to destroy it.
When did he say that?
Oh, it's like in a few years back now. You can
Why
get
did
it
he
up.
say it? What was the context?
I think it was just about the way in which the UFO community has been misrepresenting the phenomena and like the confusing spaghetti junction of narratives, and he just kind of
If he actually
put a hard
things,
reset.
doesn't that kind of actually make sense to say?
Does he know things?
You don't think he knows things?
Or does he know?
I don't know.
Exactly. Right? They all know something, but none of them can tell us. And they all knew it from someone else, and someone else told them, and they knew it, and they know this. And like, dude, I was so in love with all of this. You have to understand that I was a believer. I was like, this is amazing. I had my own experiences, so I had a bias already. I was like, I'm ready to believe in whatever you're saying. It took me a while to start actually realizing that this is not going in the direction I think it should be going, and that there's a heavily curated narrative. And if you try and question the narrative,
What'd you say?
punished by groupthink. It felt like, honestly, I started to feel like I was in a COVID cult.
So my bad, Rabbi. I'm over here looking at the YouTube. I'm sorry.
You're good, Mr. Chris. No worries.
On stage and presented literal fake UFO photos to the public, which have been debunked in less than 24 hours, and he had to admit that they were fake because of the debunks, but people are just happy to forget these things happened. Like, he went up in a congressional setting and held up a UFO photo that was proven to just be fields, like agricultural fields. Yes, this is a fake. That's not a shadow. That's a darker field next to the lighter field. These are two circles, and this was proven. He had to admit it. This is in a congressional setting. This man apparently ran the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. Actual bullshit. I don't believe he did, because he seems like more of a government stooge, and he feels like someone that will be sent out to do what he admits he was doing, counterintelligence. He's a counterintelligence, counterterrorism, counter-espionage guy. I'm not a UFO guy. I'm a counterterrorism, counter-espionage guy.
He's also one of the guys calling for amnesty, right?
Oh, how surprising. Yeah, exactly. Color me shocked. Yeah, no, he is. Like, color me shocked.
Does he say that in because a lot of them do say it. I want to make sure that he actually said that.
I don't know.
Age of disclosure.
I'll be perfectly honest with you, Joe. I haven't even fucking watched it because I'm just not interested in that element of the UFO subject anymore. I've been burned by these guys. I've had Gary Nolan emailing me like, why aren't you on the team anymore? Why don't you be a team player? It's like, because you're literally telling me that I can't tell my own fucking truth. You're censoring me and saying that I'm not being a team player just because I have questions.
Censoring you about? What in particular?
Well,
I was attempting to get you to stop talking about.
Well, primarily, there seems to have been a bit of an issue with the way that I've been talking about Lou and his association with ATIP, because I think that ATIP was actually a cutout. It wasn't a real program, and it was a cutout that was actually created for To the Stars Academy. And ORSAT, which was more of a kind of precursor program, wasn't being run by Lou Elizondo. That's the Advanced Weapon Application Space Program. I forgot the actual acronym now. ORSAT. ATIP is meant to be Lou's, and I just think that I have to be careful, but a very prominent journalist in the UFO community literally told me that Lou told him that this was all created for To the Stars Academy as like a way to generate an understandable structure. Here's this guy, he's running ATIP. I have an issue with the idea that someone like Lou Elizondo can go to the New York Times and say that the Secretary of Defense wasn't being briefed on UFOs, and I'm the one that was running a program when people like Julian Assange and Edward Snowden are being thrown to the wolves for just revealing standard national security issues. This is going to be even deeper, right? It's a black budget. This guy can just roll out to the New York Times. Seemed a little bit planned. Seemed a little bit curated and forced. So I started asking those questions, and especially when things like this were happening, where there were discrepancies, where he's bringing up images that are being debunked. It was like, who is this guy? Who is this guy really? And then his book comes out talking about being the torture czar in Guantanamo Bay, and the people there called him the Darth Vader of the United States. It's in his book. He admitted they called him the torture czar of Guantanamo Bay because he ran Camp Platinum, Guantanamo Bay black site, CIA black site. Yeah. So he actually had in his book that he was known as the Darth Vader of the United States by certain people, and the torture czar of Guantanamo Bay. I don't really trust people like this who waterboarded people for a living and are now trying to tell me what's going on in the UFO subject.
Let's ask this question: What purpose would there be to muddy the narrative if you wanted to have a government agent come out and have what you're claiming is like a fake disclosure, like a government narrated disclosure? What would be the purpose of that?
What are they all asking for, Joe?
Money?
Amnesty. And what was happening before that is you had someone like Stephen Greer just saying these people need to go to jail. And that was the only big voice in the UFO community prior to
Maybe they're offering a window to possible disclosure, though. Like, if we give them this fucking amnesty, if we don't, what happens? Nothing. It keeps going the same way it's been going. There's no actual disclosure. We keep talking about it. It gets nuts. It gets to the point where it's driving you crazy. Like, I don't even want to hear about any fucking UFOs. Please show me one. But it's a real subject. And the only thing that's keeping us from learning this real subject is that. And so they're trying to push out this narrative of amnesty. I'll bite. What are we talking about?
I think for me, again, coming up through it and just seeing how these people actually act when you challenge them and the fact that there were absolutely organized groups of, quite frankly, quite mentally unstable people that were very easily misled into believing they're important.
Right.
Who were getting brought into these signal chats, these private group chats, and I'm a touch blue or something. I'm one of those guys that we brought in. And they tried to do that. Useful idiot, and like there's a lot of them, and there's a few people out there that are extremely dark individuals. I'm talking like connected to all sorts of weird Satanism groups. And Luke's just there having selfies, like hanging out with these guys. Like he's a dodgy dude. I don't care. He's like, I'm freaked out even saying this on the Joe Rogan. He's like, it's gonna remote view my brain or something. But at the same time, he is a dodgy guy. Like he's shady.
But you do believe in the existence of these things.
Dude, I've had orbs hover over my house.
Right.
Like, yeah. Like
What do you think is that there is a clear decision somewhere in our government to muddy the water and to put out this narrative that these whistleblowers are trying to tell everybody, so to slowly trickle the stuff out there and then float out amnesty, which is a big part of the age disclosure document, really the first time I've ever heard anybody where everyone uniformly talks about that one particular subject.
Yeah, like I think that's the goal, is to create a curated soft disclosure that does the very best to paint the government in the best possible light and allows them to actually kind of not face too much punishment for what's been going on in the legacy programs. Again, if you only had someone like Stephen Greer out there, he was offering a completely different thing. We need to punish these people. Like they are criminals. They've ruined humanity for 100 years of stagnating technological progress.
You got a little testy with that. Should have taken a little softer tone. Sorry. No, I'm saying with him. Maybe if he did that, maybe they would have. Right. So defensive, like fuck, they want to lock us up.
Yeah, but that's it. That's why.
As soon as you say you're going to lock someone up for what they did, they're going to do it.
Yeah,
and they're going to keep saying that.
That's why they got rid of him. Yeah. That's why they got rid of him. That's why Gary Nolan, who was originally with Greer, then changed over to Two Stars Academy, and they poached quite a few people from his team and brought him over to TTSA. And he became a pariah. Again, he says a lot of things that, quite frankly, I don't agree with. But I just think that basically they tried to overtake the narrative, and they needed government representatives to run this. And again,
it's how they do everything. Why would we be shocked if they do it about something this important? Especially if there is lying to Congress, misappropriation of funds, and for sure some fraud. For sure, you're talking about a shit ton of money.
One thing that does interest me though is the ARV, the Alien Reproduction Vehicle, the Flux Liner. You heard of this? About Mark McCandlish and the Alien Reproduction Vehicle. Oh, well, that's the vision. If you type in ARV Flux Liner, you'll get this image right away. This is one of the avenues that I would actually pay attention to and think, okay, I think something's going on here. Mark McCandlish was an aerospace illustrator for the US Air Force. That's so the actual.
Oh, I have seen it.
Yeah, of course you have. It's very classic. And that one that's blue with the writing all over it, that's what was held up at the 2001 National Press Conference organized by Dr. Stephen Greer. Again, this isn't new. To be fair to Dr. Greer, he brought over 50 witnesses on live television during the National Press Conference, and one of them was Mark McCandlish, a military illustrator who drew this sketch.
A friend of mine has a version of this framed in his house.
So do I.
I need to get one. We need to get one for the studio.
You can literally get one on Etsy for $100.
Let's fucking go.
That's one on Etsy. But so this is important. Mark McCandlish, he actually ended up taking his own life.
Back to that again. I want to read the heading. It says, according to this documentary, we had the technology for faster than light travel and 0-point energy for a very long time. Let's pretend this is true. How do we know that the UAPs we sent aren't ours and more modern built?
The person who made this documentary died of an aggressive form of cancer not long after making it. He was quite a young man as well, documentary filmmaker who made this. But Mark McCandlish, military illustrator, he had a friend called Brad Sorensen. Now, Brad Sorensen was a government guy, aerospace engineer. Lockheed Martin had quite an extensive portfolio. And Brad Sorensen goes to his buddy one day, Mark McCandlish, and he says, I was shown something, and I want you to draw it and describe it to you in great detail, and I want you to create the illustration. Brad Sorensen says that, I think it was in like the 70s or like late 60s or early 70s, that he was invited to a private air show at Lockheed Martin by an individual who was a good friend of his in the military, who was higher up than him. And apparently, he didn't have what they call the tickets, the right classifications to actually get access to this private air show, but his friend brought him because he had the tickets. And essentially, they bring him into a hangar in Lockheed Martin where 3 large saucers of varying size were hovering a few feet off of the ground. They were described as instantaneous nuclear payload delivery systems. That's the way that they were actually classifying them. Had a nickname for them, instantaneous nuclear payload delivery systems. Like the idea that you could just instantaneously deliver a nuclear payload to anywhere in the world.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Which is again one of the reasons why they might keep this stuff secret. The ships were nicknamed Mama Bear, Baby Bear, and Papa Bear. What's really interesting about this is that Brad Sorensen has never gone public. But I was in the room when he was found, and I've heard him say things that have never been on the record before. No one's ever contacted Brad Sorensen. Mark McCandlish took his own life a number of years ago. His closest friends would say that was not anything untoward. It's hard to know. I didn't know the man. All I know is this is the man that produced an incredibly profound illustration and then eventually took his own life. But his friend Brad Sorensen has never gone public, ever. Never. I've got quite a few contacts now because of my research and affiliations that I've managed to gain with people in the US Navy and Intel, and a good friend of mine who was able to actually find his number and get in touch with Brad Sorensen. I was present when he was phoned, and my friend introduces himself to him, and he'd never spoken to him before, and they were just talking shop. First of all, he said that he wanted to reach out to him because he'd heard about him through various stories online, but anyway, to cut the long story short, my friend asked him about Mark McCandlish and his alien reproduction vehicle, and Brad Sorensen went off on quite a diatribe, actually, very angry about Mark and how he said that I gave this man the keys to the kingdom and he went out and told the whole fucking world. And I will never do that because my employers will fry me. He said they will fucking fry me if I speak out about this. But I am capable of building and designing an aircraft that can go 210 times the speed of light. Yeah, he reiterated that multiple times.
What?
Yeah,
What year was this?
I've sat on this for a couple of years. It's about 2 years ago. My friend found it. I was
Instantaneous nuclear payload delivery.
Yeah. I mean, you can imagine that's how the national security system would actually look at this, not as an exploratory vessel, but let's be honest, what is this? It's a payload delivery system that's instantaneous. Let's be honest. That's what they would look at it as, right? Another reason to keep it secret, bro. But that was, I would love to get him on record. I don't know if you ever will, Brad. If you're listening to this, I would like to get him on record. But he said that he can design a craft that goes 210 times the speed of light. And this is the guy that gave Mark McCandlish the illustrations to create that ARV. It's just weird.
I mean,
it's weird, dude.
This is the real question. What would civilization be like had this stuff not been kept secret? Right. What if we had access to that kind of energy, whatever that thing is operating on? Could you imagine if you had access to that energy and you're watching all these idiots burn coal?
I know.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
But you can't say anything?
Yeah.
I know. Instantaneous.
I would. Nuclear delivery system. I'd hate to be detected. I'd hate to be detected. Imagine sitting there knowing that we have access to these kind of technologies.
Also, like this desire to tell people.
Yeah.
It's really important.
Oh, man.
They can't all be complete sociopaths.
Maybe they do. Like, they screen them for that reason. You know what I mean? Like, they have to be a certain personality type. They don't give a fuck about humanity.
I think honestly, at the highest level, levels of these, especially these military corporations. I think you just have to become that.
Yeah, by force of nature.
Like, well, I kill 100,000 people today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I mean, how emotionally attached can you possibly be in this kind of
task-oriented
position? So, the ARV is a provocative one for me. And to be honest, man, I think a lot of this, it's called the ARV, the Alien Reproduction Vehicle. And maybe we have had alien crashed vehicles, but I'm more tempted to believe that Nikola Tesla's work was taken by the US government. John G. Trump, Trump's uncle from MIT, was the one that actually oversaw all of that. You know that? Yeah, he actually looked at all that. You know, he found a correspondence between Nikola Tesla and British and Russian royalty, like the high top levels of British and Russian royalty, about them acquiring a super weapon of incredible power. There's a video I actually posted on X of John G. Trump, a vintage video of him talking about coming across these correspondent letters that he never found the true method of the secret weapon or what it was, but there was correspondence between the king and Russian czars about acquiring it from Nikola Tesla. So I think that they took things from Tesla, his electromagnetism studies. I think people like T. Townsend Brown, these original ideas of being able to use field induction to create positive lift. This is something that was being looked at by humans. You don't need to invoke flying saucers crashing from Alpha Centauri for that. Maybe it happened, but I would be more on the line that we've done it ourselves. We've done it ourselves. Some of it. The Cold War happened, Cold War paranoia, and we've never got rid of it. All the iron walls came up around that, and it's a case of how do we kind of get rid of all this legacy program, stoving and stovepiping because of Cold War paranoia. It's too late now because we're in 2025, and you've got to try and tell us that you've got 0-point energy. We've been flying around in fucking Wright Brothers planes for 100 years and shit. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's not going to go down well. So amnesty, right? Yeah. Amnesty. It might be the only way, and if it is the only way, that's fine. But like I said,
it sucks that they're not going to get punished for crimes, but so what? At least we are not being punished by being withheld.
Exactly.
Information being withheld that I think would change the course of humanity in probably a fantastic way.
But I feel like the world would have to become a more heavily controlled place for these types of technologies to come out. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I'm just trying to wrap this up on a high note. Digital ID coming up.
Well, that's all I'm saying. Like, the control structures around something like free energy would have to be quite profound because of the things we were saying about some psycho with a CPE device.
Exactly. So, like, look what just happened in Bondi Beach in Australia. Imagine if you have access to that, if everybody has access to that, especially off the internet, you figure out how to design one. It's not that hard.
The world will have to become a more restrictive place for these things to come out.
And now people are going to think you're a Fed for saying that. Listen, man, I really enjoyed this conversation. It was a lot of fun. And your content is excellent. So please tell everybody how they can watch more of your stuff.
Yeah, I've got a terrible business acumen, so I just have two channels, Project Unity on YouTube and The Project Unity on X. And if you want to follow me and subscribe,
I think that's a good model. It's quality stuff, and it's building a following just literally based on being good. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, dude.
All right. Yeah. Yes. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Now watch this. Everyone says, well, already published in the column. How much wood do they have there? They had enough wood in order to create 5 cylinders. That's the measure of the column of holes. Shabbos, well, already shown us in the column. Shabbos added enough wood.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Is that half your croissant?
Yeah.
Right, those croissants are real fucking good. Shit, I was gonna get one bite. This is real fun. I was like, I'll have a bite. They're so good, man. Too buttery.
Burn everything on Shabbos. Remember, you're going to say, what happens on Shabbos? Inside of this image is shofar. Shofar has on it the lesson of how to shofar. On Shabbos, on Shabbos.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Disclosure Day. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm excited for that.
Yeah, he was always like way ahead of the curve when it comes to the whole UAP, UFO stuff. You know, with Close Encounters of the Third Kind, he had that French scientist that was essentially modeled after Jacques Vallée.
Yeah.
He's always been. I would love to talk to him. I wonder how much he
Was
knows.
that an accident? Was he fed some information? Was he a part of disclosure the whole time? That's what I've always wondered.
I mean, what does that mean, right? Because there hasn't really been disclosure.
No, but it has to be a slow process too, right?
You think so?
I don't think. I mean, the whole idea is that they're just sort of normalizing it, right? Neuro-linguistic programming, they call it, where you're slowly getting people accustomed to these ideas. Like the aspects of Close Encounters, for instance, where you have the radiation burns on the guy's face. You have a time travel component where these World War II soldiers get out of the craft with the little beams and the bigger beam. And I mean, just seeding our culture with those little bits of information that might help later on down the road.
That was like in the 70s, wasn't it? Like, when was Close Encounters?
Yeah, I think it was
Was it the
70s, 70s or the 80s.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, like a lot of stuff he's done. Like I rewatched what was it, Jeff Bridges' Starman. There's a lot of elements of disclosure in that too. Like I think there's just, I don't know. I mean, obviously we don't know who's pulling strings. We don't know what's going on. We don't know who's in charge. But it does make sense that if there's this thing that they know about that we're supposed to know about, we get out there slowly, get it in our culture, get it in our media in different ways.
You know the Hal Puthoff story, right, with George Bush? Do you know a story where they were talking about that? Okay. Hal talked about it on my podcast, but he also talked about it in the Age of Disclosure documentary where they brought in him and a bunch of different prominent thinkers.
Yeah, I watched that episode, and I watched the docu.
So to people that don't know, I'll just explain it. So they brought in him and a bunch of other prominent thinkers, and they sat them down and said, essentially, we have recovered crashed UFOs. We have biological remains of these creatures. We are considering releasing it to the public. We want to make an assessment of what are the pros and what are the cons. So we want to assign a numerical value that, you know, you're estimating what kind of an impact it would be on government, finances, religion, etc.
Well, whether they should do it.
Right, whether or not they should release this information. And all of the people that were brought in came to the agreement that there was more con than there were pro, and that formed their decision to not release it.
And didn't he say at first, like, he was pro-disclosure? He was like, of course we should do this. And then after the conversation, he switched teams.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe, perhaps.
I thought he said that he went into it thinking, well, yeah, obviously we should do this. And then sort of was convinced otherwise after the conversation unfolded.
Yeah, how could you make it clear? Like, whose decision should it be? If some people know, everyone should know.
Yeah.
It's a humanity decision. I don't think it should be
It is.
in anybody's hands to decide whether or not this information gets distributed.
And the implications, too, if they have 0 point energy, like how would that solve the problems that we face today? There's so many ramifications of it that, yeah, whose decision is it and why has it been kept from us? I don't buy that whole like Orson Welles 1938 everybody freak out bullshit. I don't think that's the case, at least not anymore. There's got to be something more to it than that.
It would certainly have, I don't know if they factored this in, but a uniting element. Like, you remember the Reagan speech where he came in front of the United Nations where he said, imagine how united we would be. We forget our differences if we're faced with an alien threat from another world. I mean, just knowing that we are all united. I mean, how old are you?
47.
Okay, so you remember September 11th. Mm-hmm. One of the things that happened after September 11th was it was a horrible tragedy, but there was a beautiful result temporarily where everybody was really united. Like there was American flags in everybody's car in Los Angeles. You know, like the most ridiculous, progressive, sort of kind of fucked up place. But everybody became patriotic. In New York, everyone was friendly. I mean, people were smiling and saying hi to each other on the streets. We had all decided that we were together and that we were faced with a real threat and that we had to be united. And
I remember it well. Yeah, you're right. And not to get too weird too fast here, but if there are aspects of sort of an all-encompassing consciousness that unites us associated with the UFO phenomenon too, if we recognize that we are just fingerprints on the same hand. We're all iterations of the same overarching consciousness. If seemingly there's a part of that in UFO phenomena.
Yeah.
So how would that unite us as well, even beyond the threat from outside? Like if we did start to understand that we're all part of the same sort of cosmic community. Sounds kind of weird to say that.
It does sound weird, but have you ever seen the Apple show Pluribus?
No, it comes up a lot. It's worth watching.
It's really good. Yeah, it's really good. It's very, very original, very unique. But that is essentially what happens, and it has a negative aspect to it. There's a virus. I don't want to give away too much of it for people that want to watch the show because it's a really good show. But there's a virus that they get a signal from another world, and they figure out what this signal is, and through this lab work, they reveal that the signal is some sort of encoding of a specific virus. They work on this specific virus, it spreads, and the entire planet becomes one consciousness, except for a small number of people. It's a weird show. It's a really good show. I don't want to explain any more of it like that without any spoiler alerts, but it's fucking great. But it's strange. It's like, wouldn't that be better? There's no crime, there's no this, there's no that, and then it reveals all the problems that come along with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that as a counterpoint, if anything else, because it makes sense to me that everyone's kind of united as one.
Yeah.
Super organism.
These are all the fun parts about being an imperfect person, because we are an imperfect species, but that's also what makes great art. That's what makes great music. That's what makes it fun.
Most creative people have the most drama in their past.
United States.
And we have zero trauma. I'm wondering why would we have a need for it?
USA has beaten them the last 7 times they have beaten that team back to World Championships. But we are down to a one-game tournament. No matter what has happened up to this moment, it's the next 60 minutes that will make or break this team's legacy.
And I was like, man, I was the same way, still am the same way. And I picked up instruments, I started painting, and learned to play every sport. I could physically play. There's ways to get that out. Right? It seems like all that does come from just anxiety.
Solidly, they're trying to knock down a stick, kind of been used for sneak, getting it out.
Well, we changes, we wires the entire way we view the world. And while your body's physically changing and growing, like, what am I going to look like eventually?
There's actually this small island in the Pacific. They have this weird characteristic that is snowed out. There's females, like everybody does, you also have females, and then maleness is imposed on the individuals. But they don't until people, because they're not sensitive to that heavy testosterone, or testosterone. So it's really entire life of girls, and then a puberty is going to be good. So when you raise those girls, they are. They physically have penis. Now, what? Is this a planet? It's an island in the South Pacific. It's called Pseudo and Africa. I know I learned about this in grad school. I was like, what? And why? Like this, all the girls, and when the ovaries descend, his testicles and the fetus goes out of the penis. So you can puberty starting off already. These people turn into the opposite sex. It's like children
So is this a bizarre genetic anomaly? Is it something to do with
so that was on islands is where it's like really strange characteristics of people because of the isolation. But in those characteristics get selected just for genetic drift to land, it's just not that population. So just probably one person had insensitive to that high testosterone, and then it's spread throughout more of the population. It's not something natural selection. What was the name of the town? I don't know the name of the island. The conditions called fire. Island. That's not. Oh yeah, I'm covering on that island. It's so very population and nothing so much people.
remember hearing about that in grad school. I'm sure you've seen those people, the ostrich food people in Africa. It's a very strange genetic anomaly where they don't grow toes. They essentially have two very wide appendages. It looks like a weird bird foot. It's very strange, but a bunch of people in this particular tribe share this trait.
Is there any advantage? It's like this where it just kind of happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's really sexy. I don't know. It's definitely well, yeah. That's what you're into, dog. I wonder how long that's been going on for. Vadoma.
See, that seems like more of like a defect that just worked toward fixing in the population. Maybe not.
That just makes you wonder, like, why don't we? It's in Zimbabwe apparently. Why don't we all have that? You know, like what is the reason why we have all these toes that? It's called electrodactyl.
Yeah.
Electrodactyly.
I mean, historically, prehistorically, evolutionarily, I should say, if you did have something like that and you were hunter-gatherer, you're kind of bummed. You know, you're not going to be able to run after gazelles.
I don't know. Maybe you can. It says their feet are well adapted to the Zambezi, not Zimbabwe. Zambezi Valley's rough terrain, allowing them to move quickly and efficiently through the landscape.
All right, I take it back.
Well, it kind of makes sense, right? Because what it's saying is that their bones are fused. If you scroll up, it'll say the condition affecting ostrich-footed tribe, a genetic mutation passed down through generations, causes the bones in the feet to fuse, resulting in a claw-like structure with two large toes. Toes are very vulnerable. I don't know if you've ever broken a toe, but
I broke one an hour before I got on the plane to come here.
Really?
If you can see my left foot.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's ridiculous. The whole thing was just purple.
Yeah, they're so small.
Yeah,
like my pinky toe, I was messing around with my pinky toe the other day because I have to trim my toenails, right? And the pinky toenail is like barely a nail. It's so tiny. And I'm like, God, this little thing is so vulnerable and it has to support my entire body weight or part of my entire body weight.
Yeah, they're so dumb.
Oh, yeah.
You can see that. So,
It's jacked.
Yeah, dude. That was like right before I was coming down here. I'm like,
ouch. That sucks. Yeah. Well, I've broken a bunch of toes. It's very, very annoying. You would imagine if you had two giant fucking elbow bones down there instead of these bitchy ass little toesies.
No, maybe that's why they did it. Maybe that's what they got going on.
Kind of makes sense that would be an adaptation. Yeah. Well, you know, we're so vulnerable. And that's one of the weirder things. Like, so first we should get into what you do, because you have a very interesting theory. Tell everybody what you got.
Yeah, all right. This is a good place to start. My background is in anthropology, biological anthropology. My research mostly focuses on evolutionary anatomy, biomedicine, and archaeology in various places around the world in Montana. But the reason I'm here, according to my friend Matt, we were sharing the girls over here are super shot. As soon as you walk in, start messaging you, treat you like a king. You only have the hour a week and to share about what you do other than UFOs. Right. Like I did actually used to do a lot of what I thought was cool stuff. But no, the main thing is that I've become known for advocating for this idea that UFOs and the aliens are actually a time-traveling future descendants. I wouldn't even say as opposed to extraterrestrials, because I do think that's a component too. Oftentimes get pigeonholed. People are like, oh, you just think they're all time travelers. I don't. I actually say this all the time, but it doesn't matter. I do think there's a lot going on. But my background, and the reason I approach this question this way is because there's a lot of characteristics of these aliens that we look at so on. They look just like us. And specifically what we expect to see in our hominid future if the same evolutionary trends continue into the future. So I kind of just tie those things together. And even the saucer-shaped crafts, meaning our time machines themselves. So That's kind of the
Well, it's a theory that a lot of people have independently sort of come to, right?
especially recently.
And the concept of, well, we just think about ancient man. I was watching this documentary on Neanderthals last night. They had this one intact Neanderthal skeleton that they found that was, it had sort of been, he died in a cave in, the stalactites or mites. How do you say it?
Mites are down.
So he was essentially mineralized. And there was stuff all over the body. It took a long time for them to break his body.
Yeah.
No, I was watching on YouTube, the original was on Netflix, but it was just documenting how strange this body was that they had found. But it was immensely strong, like much stronger than us. One of the interesting things is that the visual cortex, the part of the brain that would process imagery was larger than us, 10 to 20% larger. So these things probably had better eyesight than us, perhaps even were able to see at night, and that this was a bigger, stronger version of a human being, like much more durable than we are modern 2025 Homo sapiens. If you just look, that's it. So it's one of them. Oh, really? This might not be the same one. This is maybe a different one. That's a weird one because what's that fucking thing on its head? Wow. In a weird form. Weird. No, crest.
They do have a statue of Ridge.
Yes.
How about Erectus? I want. There's an offshoot. I don't know how many lineage most also this is a map for gorilla style. Exactly. Yeah, because they were vegetarians, so it was true.
Right, so they're massive muscles and shit.
Yeah, the whole face is huge.
Wow.
Neanderthals, kind of, I mean, they're just rusticity thing, but there is evidence from Canada cave in Iraq where they were using their teeth as tools. I think they were like tanning hides, they were doing the hide in their mouth and then they scrape all the nasty bits off.
Oh.
You can see that in the teeth there. So, yeah, they were pretty badass. They were the first, I don't know, I think this is cool, but people think I'm a nerd too. They were the first to use the flake. Like for 2.8 million years, we just hit a piece of rock. But then they figured out that if you hit the rock in this right way, a piece that falls off makes it even better. So there's like 2.5. Yes, exactly. And from that point on, like I got to work at a place called Chicken Walk on the train set in France for the summer, and it was an Anatole site. And we found these, actually it was pretty funny because when we first got there, this tools called MTA hand axes, which do your, shooting tradition hand axes. There were only 8 found in all of Europe. And they said, you guys find one of these, we'll buy all of you and all the cognac you can drink, so the cognac region in France. But we found one like the 4th or 5th day. We went on to find 7 more over the course of that one. We doubled the number of these things in existence. Wow, all of Europe. And they were not lying. They bought us so many damn years. Like archaeologists like to drink. We dig and it's boring. So it's not Indiana Jones. We're not running around banging hot chicks and flying on planes. We're like, we got a spoon and we're doing this for 8 hours. So I actually found the last one on the last day and it was by far the worst. But that this is even, it shouldn't count as one of those. But yeah, no, this is a good say. So yeah, they were doing well, but
something happened where we replaced that one. This is an ad for better health. The holidays come with a lot of traditions, gathering with family, cooking those once-a-year recipes, and leaning into the little rituals that bring everyone together. That's something I always look forward to. But there's another tradition I think we should all start doing during the holidays, and that's taking some time for ourselves. This season, you do so many things for the other people in your life. You plan get-togethers around everyone's schedule. You spend hours picking out the right gifts and cooking the right food. But you also deserve just as much attention. Otherwise, you will burn yourself out. So, do yourself a favor and take some me time. Go on a hunting trip. Have a quiet night with a book. Maybe even schedule a session with a therapist. Therapy is an extremely effective way to make sure you're focusing on what you need. And BetterHelp can easily set you up they have access to a wide network of fully qualified therapists, and they do a lot of the work for you. Even if that first match isn't a good fit, you can easily switch to another therapist. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Our listeners get 10% off at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. The point is, as time goes on, humans today are probably the most feeble version of humans that have ever existed. And we're the most feeble versions of people that have existed within the last century, right? So if you go back to humans from the 1920s versus humans from the 2020s, people have way less testosterone now, way higher instances of miscarriages, way lower sperm count. You know, there's a lot of factors that are at play right now that are changing what human is. And if you extrapolate, if you look at the future, you would naturally say, well, we're probably going to be very thin. It seems like there's at least some sort of a push to eliminate gender. Like gender seems like it's on the tables, whether or not it's even necessary. There's all sorts of new technological innovations that are leading to the possibility, at least sometime in the future, of an artificial womb. There's genetic engineering with CRISPR and a lot of other different technologies that are being explored that we might be able to engineer human beings and then even create a complete individual human being without a mother, without a father. So if you thought about what that looks like in the future, like one of our problems on this planet is we all have different ideologies, different religions, come from different parts of the world. We look different. And human beings, as tribal primates, have a tendency to other. We other different tribes. Those are not us. We are us. Those are the enemy. We go
Rally around it.
But if everybody's exactly the same and we share one mind, you know, then a lot of our problems go away. If we no longer have to compete for resources, we no longer have the desire to procreate, to acquire land, and to be, you know, to have a territory, we eliminate a lot of our issues. And that's what these things look like. When you look at the archetypal, these iconic sort of shapes that have been on cave walls, all the way up to Close Encounters of the Third Kind, one thing they share is that they have no muscle, they have large heads, they have big eyes.
And they're childlike.
Yeah.
Paedomorphic, as we say. Yeah, you just tied together like a lot of really important points related to this theory. Aspects of why they're always interested in our gametes, why they come back and put that little machine on a man that collects semen, why they're constantly taking eggs from females, implanting fetuses, pulling them back out later. Like they're clearly focused on reproduction, gamete extraction, and one of the things that might be fueling that in the future, if these are future humans, let's just assume for a second hypothetically, is that they might be having problems directly resulting from these trends toward self-domestication, these trends toward feminization, these trends toward reduced sperm counts, which is 60% across most populations of the world, industrialized world, 50% across the entire world. Problems with reproduction, in vitro fertilization, exogenesis chambers might help solve some of those problems, growing the fetus outside of the body. So yeah, and like you said, you know, what do they look like? They look like kind of a hybrid between males and females to some extent, but there's still an essence of gender. Like if you talk to Willie Strieber, you know, he's with this fiend, he says in Communion that I had a sense that she was a woman. I don't know why, but I kind of sensed that. So it's almost like the essence of the individual, the soul of the individual still retains that sort of gender identity, even though our bodies are becoming more childlike, more gender indiscriminate. I don't know, but yeah, yet another one of those ways in which we might sort of grow together as a species.
Now, when you say they are extracting sperm, like how many of these stories do you take seriously? There's a lot of these stories.
Great question. Yeah.
You know, there's unfortunately for any sort of spectacular public thing that's in the zeitgeist, like alien abduction, whether it's Whitley Strieber from Communion or the John Mack books, the guy from Harvard that wrote, what was it, Abduction?
Passport to the Cosmos.
Yeah.
Abduction.
Yeah.
Two great books.
Great books. But these are all books about encounters, close encounters of the third kind with some sort of a being from another place. Whatever it is, it's just not a human being, and it seems to be technologically superior to us. And it seems to be one thing they all seem to share is they seem to be able to communicate telekinetically or telepathically.
Yeah, and I mean, they aren't human, but they're very human too. So, for instance, like that's one of the main reasons I started exploring this. I was actually kind of put into this when I was 8 or 9 years old, sort of activated in a way and put on this path by a weird thing that happened to me when I was a kid. Well, so I talk about it in my first 2 books, Identified Flying Objects and the Extraterrestrial Model, where I learned about a close encounter that my dad had. He was a veterinarian in Northeast Ohio where I grew up, and he was out one night on a call with another guy, so there's 2 people. As far as jail and INEX reliability scale, it has more reliability because there's multiple witnesses. It's also strange on this scale because they crested the hill, there's a bright light. This is an Amish country, there's no lights in Amish country. And all of a sudden, this bright light darts toward them, hovers just above their truck, darts back to where it was, and straight up into space, like at incredible speed. So this happened before I was born, but I overheard him telling the story to some friends one night. He got Whitley Strieber's book Communion, as most people did in the 1980s, and as they should, because it's a great book. And I walked into the living room. The book is sitting on the shelf facing out, and I remember like it was yesterday. I sort of stopped, and there was like this light, like a white light, and then I saw this image in my mind of like an early hominin chimpanzee-like creature, a modern human, and that archetypal gray alien from the cover with this information. What if they're related? What if they are us from the future? And obviously, I mean, that's why I became a biological anthropologist. People are always like,
so you saw this?
Yeah, it was like a flash, like a light. And it's weird looking back on it because I know a lot more about these experiences. I've talked to people that have had these types of experiences.
What was the setting?
It was our living room. So it was like you come in the front door and just to the left there's this living room, built-in bookshelf with these books right there. I just turned the corner, saw it, and then like just kind of it just came. Like I didn't know shit about evolutionary biology.
When you say you saw it how?
In my mind. Just this white
just
light,
an image.
There's that image of the 3 faces, and then the question, could they be us from the future? And a lot of people are like, how'd you get into UFOs? Like, you're a biological anthropologist. It's the opposite. I got into biological anthropology to research this question of whether they could be us from the future.
Huh. So this, you felt like at that moment it wasn't just like a weird thought or a dream. It felt like a message. Like, what did it feel like?
Yeah. It was a tasking. No, I think Rupert Sheldrake said it that people don't have ideas. Ideas have people. I think that was like hey, go do this thing. And I did. That's why we're here now talking about it. And obviously, you got to be careful about like selection bias and confirmation bias. Like I didn't go into this. I didn't go into grad school. I also didn't tell anybody in grad school I was there because they would have kicked me out. But I went into it with an open mind. But I was there to study these things because of that event when I was 18.
Wow. Yeah, it is a problem, but confirmation bias, it is a problem with wanting it to be real. And I struggle with that because I desperately want it to be real. And so every time I talk to someone, I've talked to a bunch of people that are, air quote whistleblowers, and some of them, I think, for sure, have been sent in here to distribute disinformation.
Yeah, no doubt.
For sure. It's a great place to do it. Yeah. I'll listen to you. I'll entertain almost anything.
Which is great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously there's people that are going to take advantage of it.
But I think it's also important for me to say, I'm not convinced. I don't know how much of this is horseshit, but it's not zero.
No, and that was your question: is how do I differentiate among these different cases?
I do draw from Hynek's in his book, The UFO Experience. He lists out how we all should approach this based on the reliability scale and the strangeness scale. Jacques Vallée, who drew from that, helped him develop it. Was part of the Invisible College and all of his work. But regardless of like my own personal discernments, my second book, The Extraterrestrial Model, is about 30 case studies, 15 main case studies, but then I pull in other ones. And it explores the different theories. Obviously, the main one being this extraterrestrial idea, this future, which, by the way, I saw the word of the day. Today was anachronistic. And I was like, man, that would have been a way better word than extraterrestrial, which everybody struggles with. I could have called them anachronauts. Ooh. Doesn't that sound cool? Anachronauts.
Ooh, that sounds really cool.
I know. What the hell was I thinking, man? Anyway, but so one of the most commonly reported things across all cases, regardless of whether you think it's bullshit, you think this definitely happened, is they really want our sperm. They really need or want our reproductive material, our gametes. And it's funny because when I wrote my first book I started in 2012, published it in 2019. Right at the end, I did an interview, and someone was like, "Have you heard of Jim Peniston?" I'm like, "No," which is kind of a failing on my behalf. I'll admit that one. It turns out, so it was the Rendlesham Forest incident. He touched this craft, he got this binary code, and he, when deciphering the binary code, they legitimately, specifically said, "We are you from the future. We're having problems with reproduction." He underwent hypnotic regression. We're having problems with reproduction, and we need this genetic material to help ourselves. You know, a lot of people are like, well, why are they coming back and doing stuff to us? I think they're coming back and getting stuff from us because of problems they're having, largely related to what you were talking about earlier with the reduced sperm counts, the problem with female infertility. What if we do try to create the perfect human specimen, or we try to cure these genetic diseases through genetic manipulation, CRISPR, and we screw something up? We might have to come back. We can't go to another planet. There aren't people on these planets. We can't go and sample gametes from these other places. We might have to go into our past to get those wild type, unmanipulated gametes in order to fix these problems.
God, that's a crazy level of technological sophistication, the ability to venture back in time and somehow or another not fuck up the timeline. That's leading to, I mean, this is the problem that's always been theorized about time travel. Anything that you do, if you went back in time, any interactions, you would completely change how the future would play out.
In the many worlds interpretation.
Yes.
So that idea is unfortunately very pervasive, and mostly because of Back to the Future, which I think ruins the brains of most people. Mine too, certainly in my generation. But what most physicists don't agree on many things. But most agree that we live in what's called a block universe, landscape time, block time, where if you imagine all moments from the very beginning of the Big Bang to the end of the universe, where all matter disappears into like a black hole or contracts or whatever it does, all moments are already there. They exist as this massive four-dimensional block of all moments, all whirlwinds, everything. So you go back into the past as you perceive it. You can do whatever you want. You can walk around, step on butterflies, slap people on the face, kick over, dinosaurs or whatever. I don't think we can go back that far, but you could do anything you want. And it doesn't change anything because you're going back in the block universe and doing those things you were always already going to do. And when you get home, everything's the same because that was already their past. Everybody that stayed behind, that was already their past. It was only the future for you to go back and do those things that you were already going to do. And then you just went and did them, get home, everything's the same because you were always going to do those things in the first place.
That's bizarre. Yeah, that's hard to swallow.
If that is the actual model of the universe, again, I can only work, in writing these books, I can only work from what we don't know. Clearly there's a lot of things we don't know. I'm not claiming to know anything beyond what we can know right now. But physicists, despite not knowing what time is, they know it's an emergent phenomenon. There's something more fundamental that time comes from. But they do agree on this block universe model. And in that case, there is no paradox.
How do they all agree on that? Like, when you have to test that and come up with some sort of a hypothesis and then try to prove it, disprove it.
I shouldn't say that all of it, because there is too many words in
If you're part of
interpretation.
Oakley, if you're part of Oakley,
That
I've got the solution for you. Right now, I'm live streaming on Vigo Live, and on Vigo Live, there's 24-hour nonstop entertainment.
And how would you know? There's more paradoxes of changing things than not changing things.
Why do you confidently state that you don't think that they can go back to the dinosaur age?
Partly because three different reasons. One, I think they need tremendously high speed in order to be able to go back into the past. So basically, again, working from all I can work from in this time with the limited primitive primate knowledge that I have in the year 2012 to 2025, I basically just started with Einstein's theory of relativity, which he published in 1905 on the electrodynamics of moving bodies. And then in 1915, he published his paper on general relativity. From that point on, almost instantly, there were solutions to his field equations that showed, with the right parameters of a massively highly energetic rotating ring or sphere or disk, that you could create closed down light curves, that you could actually orient light cones back toward the past, so you can physically go into the past. We saw this with Lenz and Thirring in 1917 and 18.
Kurt Gödel
universe was following after in, I think, the 20s, maybe. And then, importantly, in the 1970s, you had Frank Tipler, who showed mathematically that you can shrink that down to a disk. He actually called it a disk. And it's one of the reasons I think that these are time machines, is because it has all of the parameters described by Frank Tipler. He wasn't talking about UFOs, but they seemingly have the ability to jump in and out of time. They appear and disappear. And I'm talking too much, so I'll wrap this up in a second. But
you're definitely not talking too much.
Well, I mean, we're here to talk. But I have an internal trigger where I'm like, shut up, Master.
No.
Talking too much.
Don't listen to that trigger. Let it roll.
So anyway, if you look at the history of how we understand backward time travel, what I think they're doing is...